actually stopped in our last session. Like we discussed about the business transactions and the snapshots. And unfortunately, so there was some issue with the VM itself last time. So we were not able to get the data on the controller. So I did try to troubleshoot the issue last time, and the logs were fine and everything was fine. The agent was not being picked up by the application itself. So I think there was some issue with the VM where it was not supporting for the application, and it was not allowing the kind of certain ports where the connections were not being allowed. So what we did, we brought up a new VM and then we installed the application, and it's working fine right now. So today what we will do, we will just capture those we will just recap those concepts, whatever we discussed about the business transactions and the snapshots, etc. And then we will see them in the tool. And later we will actually get ahead with our actual topics, like how do we use the BTs and snapshots for troubleshooting and how do we configure them. And after that, we will see about the alerting models. So we'll go ahead with the actual page. Okay. So again, sorry for the last time inconvenience. So we will. So if we are not able to cover the topics by tomorrow, so it's okay, no problem. So we will schedule another session based on your convenience, and then we will cover everything. So nothing to worry about that. Okay. Okay. So as of now, just before starting, any queries or anything that you have until our last session? Okay. Just a second, I'll share my screen. Okay, so we discussed in our first class about the monitoring and the needs of monitoring and what are all the kinds of monitoring and what is the APM, application performance management, application performance monitoring. So those concepts we discussed in our very first class, and we also discussed about what's an application, what's a node, what's a tier in the app dynamics terminology. So we also discussed about how do we the controllers architecture, and we discussed about how do we install the controller on-prem controller, and the steps of installing the controller. So in detail architecture on what are all the components which are mainly involved. So later we went with the application dashboard or the business transactions. So what I'll do, okay. So today I have this application configured. Okay. Now we are kind of seeing the load on the application. And yeah, another update with respect to the machine agent issue is we were also not able to see the metrics with respect to the machine agent which we configured, right? However, the logs are kind of not pointing any issue. So the reason being, we need to specify app tier node, since we don't have the server visibility license with our application, which is of a trial version, right? So that's why the data won't directly come in the server tab. So we will have to go to the app tier node, okay? And then you will see the data over here, okay? So this once we do this, the data will be, we will have to configure the app tier node in the controller info.xml as well. So that's why it was kind of not coming. So I thought the server visibility, the machine agent will directly take the details and it will directly report to the application, though we don't have the server visibility license. So I was incorrect with respect to that. Though I have mentioned that particular step in our documentation steps. Okay, we will have to specify the app tier node name in the machine agent installation steps. Okay. Okay. Um, yeah. So coming back, we will review this part again so that you will don't have any queries on that. So today I'll be kind of going back to those topics, right? So you might feel if it is like, so just before that, I'm asking again, like if you have guys went ahead with any the documentations which have been sent, and if there are any queries, just let me know so that I will include them as well in our recap. Okay. Yeah. So this is the application dashboard. I'll close this metric browser. We'll open that later. Okay. So this is the application dashboard. So for any application profile that you are configured with the APM, this is the first screen that you will be seeing. Okay. So the very first thing that you will see will be the flow map. So, and please make note, flow map will be seen only in case of APM configuration. You are not going to see this in case of machine agent configuration. Okay. So because flow map will indicate you how the application traffic is flowing in between the application components. Okay. So in this, for this particular reason, you will not be able to see the flow map because machine agent will monitor only the machine specific metrics or the OS related metrics. Okay. So that will come in your servers tab if you have additional server visibility license, or if you go to any particular node. Okay. Okay. So here I have configured this node too. And so over here, you will be seeing this particular machine agent related metrics. Okay. So these are all the metrics that you will be seeing. These are the only metrics that you will see with respect to the machine agent. With respect to server visibility, you will see the additional metrics which we discussed in the, which I showed you in the screenshot from the Google itself. Like we will be seeing the process related metrics and machine availability and volumes. All the details of all the detailed metrics that you will be seeing with respect to server visibility. Okay, it's an additional license that you have to purchase from App Dynamics. It won't be coming along with the APM, but however, you will get machine agent as a free license. Okay. Now, okay, first one is the application flow map. Okay, so we will just see what's here. Okay, so here it will show you the number of application nodes that belong to a particular tier. Okay, and this will be the name of the tier. Okay, and if you double click or it will go into that particular tier, and you can see the number of nodes. Even before that, I'll just do the single click so that you will see the overview of that particular tier. Okay, and you will see there is only one node, and what is the health of that, and what are all the metrics like the response time, the calls, and the errors for that particular tier. And when you go to nodes, you will see the detailed nodes for that particular tier. You will also see if there are any machine agents configured, and you will also see the DB calls, okay, slow and DB calls. You will see the business transactions that belong to that particular tier, okay. So incoming calls and the errors, if there are any errors. So this details you will be seeing for all your tiers and nodes, okay. And then you also have something called as backend or the databases, okay. So you will see this particular database is being is being receiving some calls from these particular tiers or nodes. Okay, so it will kind of show you the basic metrics. Okay, if I configure this particular database with the DB agent, right? So you will see the detailed metrics, and you can drill down into the database to see the detailed metrics of the database. We will do that step. So I did not configure the DB agent because we will directly do it in our class itself. Okay, or it's again kind of similar. We can I'll configure in some time, and then you can see the sorry, you will be able to see the metrics. Oh, okay. And so anything which is not configured with AppDynamics agent, okay, we will call that either a backend or a remote service. Okay, so this is another backend. I think we don't have any remote services for this particular application. So HTTP, this is another backend. And you might have also observed that the traffic flow direction is also shown, and the number of calls per minute and the response time taken per, response time for that particular transaction between those two endpoints. Okay. So these things you will be seeing in as part of the flow map. Okay. And when you come back to the dashboard, you will see the load. Okay. That means basically the response, the number of calls which are being made to the application, the response time, the number of errors, okay, and the business transactions, and the node health. So if we have configured like, whatever the number of nodes, those node health will directly show it here, and the server health, okay. So, and then the transaction scorecard. So whatever the business transactions which have been discovered, right? For that, how many normal transactions are there? How many very slow transactions are there? So these things we will be seeing, and we will also be seeing the exception count. Okay, so the number of exceptions, HTTP error codes. So we will see the definitions of this, like what is an exception with respect to AppDynamics, or the definition will remain same with respect to the development language, whatever the exception definition is, but will all exceptions be captured by AppDynamics, or any certain exceptions will be captured by AppDynamics? So we will see that particular thing. Actually, we will see the detailed definition of what is an error with respect to AppDynamics. Okay, there are kind of 4 kinds of error which will be captured by AppDynamics. Okay. So this is with respect to the very first dashboard, and then you have something called as events. Okay, so events are something like any changes to your application or servers, or any threshold breaches. Those things will be captured over here. Okay. Next thing you have is top business transactions. Okay, here top business transactions by load. So by load meaning by the number of calls. Okay, so wherever the number of calls are high, so with respect to that, it will capture you the top 10 business transactions with respect to load, and with respect to response time. Like, so actually this will be like the slowest calls will be shown here. The highest response time means the call is the transaction is kind of taking more time. Okay, and then by errors, wherever the number of errors is high. And then we have with respect to average response time, and again the very slow and slow transactions with respect to the count itself, and if there are any stalled transactions. Okay, so this is kind of a dashboard, like you don't have to go into a particular node or particular tier to see the slow ones. Next is the transaction snapshots. Okay, so we understood the okay, let me recap what is our business transaction, then we will go ahead and see the transaction snapshots as well. Okay, so a business transaction is actually the business logic or a particular functionality of a particular of the application that will be captured. So in our demo application, Supercar, okay. So this is our demo application, right? Okay. So here we have a couple of web pages, okay, which provide us different functionalities. So we have the home page, we have the total list of supercars. So guys, I think this will be your URL if you guys want to access. So if you guys remember, this particular web page was kind of not working in our last session. So we will keep this VM up and running for tomorrow as well. So the IP address won't change. You can use it. And for controller also, I hope you guys have access and you can play around now. Since you have some traffic as well. Okay. So this supercars.do will list the supercars. Okay. So excuse me. So with respect to the model, you will have the list of supercars that you will be seeing. And then you have transactions like sell and inquire. Okay. And you can know the details about the insurance. And there is another page called about. So these are all the transactions which are available in our application, right? So basically, these are the kind of workflows also we can see. So these things will be called as business transactions because they have a certain business logic associated with that. Okay. So I mean, so these transactions will be automatically captured by the application agent by using the custom match rules. Sorry, by using the default transaction detection rules. Okay. So what is a transaction detection rule? So we will see that in detail later. But however, to understand, so a transaction detection rule are the rules which are defined in the application by the app dynamics itself for a particular application, which will tell the agent on what is a transaction or what is an entry point for to identify a transaction and how do we classify the transaction. Okay. So those things will be completely defined by the transaction detection rules. Okay. So in our example, we also saw about an e-commerce application where we will see login, shop, add to cart. Okay. These are all the functionalities, right? So those functionalities will be captured. And again, we will limit our URL segments on how many URL segments that need to be captured. Okay. By default, 2 URL segments will be captured by the agent. Okay. If you want to modify it, you can modify that. Okay. So we will see that those steps later in our custom transaction detection rules. Okay. Now, once the transactions are detected, we have something called as transaction snapshots. Okay. For all our transactions, we will have transaction snapshots, which will be captured in regular intervals of time by the agent. Okay. Over here. So what is a transaction snapshot? Means a transaction snapshot is the complete trace, code trace or the complete detail of a particular user transaction. Okay. So it will capture the end-to-end transaction of a user. Okay. Out of the total number of transactions that are being hit on the application, it will pick a particular transaction and it will capture the complete details of that particular transaction. Okay. So now we saw the URL, okay, or the business transactions which are being executed on our application, right? So in the last 1 hour, all these transactions have been happening. Okay. Since I came to sell, so we are only seeing the sell transactions. Okay. Let me go to the complete transaction snapshots. Yeah. So here you can see there are multiple transaction snapshots which are being captured. Okay. Now here we have some other details that need to be observed. The very first thing is the icon which will say whether this particular snapshot was a normal one or a warning one, or the one which it's a very slow, or it's a stalled transaction or an error transaction. Okay, so these if you hover the icon, mouse icon on this particular icon, so it will give you the detail of that particular snapshot. Okay, now there is another page icon which will tell you what how the call graph, whether the call graph is captured or not for this particular snapshot. Okay, a particular icon, sorry, a page icon with a complete uh, blue color is will say it contains a complete call graph. Sorry. Okay. So any transaction snapshot with the blue page icon will tell you that it has a complete call graph. So call graph, what is a call graph? Call graph is the complete stack trace or the code trace that is being captured by the agent. Okay. We will see that once we open the transaction snapshot. Now this one here, it says it contains a partial call graph. So what happens is sometimes the agent will not be able to capture the complete details of the code because of multiple issues. Okay, the network would have been slow, or there would be slowness in the transaction itself, or it will not be possible for the agent to capture the details of everything for all the transactions. So in those cases, the call graph details will be specified using this call graph icon. So in some transactions, the call graph will not be available at all. Okay. Here we also see the execution time, the latency time. Okay. And which tier it belongs to and which node it belongs to. Okay. So these details we will be seeing in the transaction snapshot. Okay. Let's open one of the transaction snapshot. Okay. Here you will see the summary. Let me open another one which is having any slowness and a complete call graph. Okay. So in the summary itself, you will be able to identify if there is any issue, or if this particular one was, no, sorry, was not normal. Like the execution time is kind of high. That's why with respect to the thresholds which were configured. So this particular one was configured as a slow transaction snapshot. Okay. And the business transaction that it belongs to, and this is the GUID. Okay. So we discussed about GUID, right? So whenever the transaction is started, it will go to the, if there is another downstream call that is happening from a particular node or tier. So how does AppDynamics capture that transaction? It will send a tag which is called the GUID. Okay, so this is the GUID that will be sent from this particular node to the backend to ensure it is part of the same transaction. Okay, so these details also you will see. And then when you see the potential issues, here you will be able to see the complete details of any method or any database call which took more time, which caused the slowness. Okay, so you are able to see the direct slowness, or where the actual time was taken. Okay, so this particular method or the statement actually caused slowness for this particular transaction. Okay, if you would like to kind of drill down further, then you click over here and then drill down to call graph. Okay, so this is what the call graph which we were talking about. Okay, so call graph is about the code or the stack trace which is available for that particular transaction, which is captured by the AppDynamics agent. So here, this particular service called a servlet, and this servlet which called the sleep method, or I think it's a method. So this sleep method actually took 553 milliseconds, which categorized this particular transaction into a slow transaction, or which caused the slowness for this particular issue. So up to what level we will be able to see the call graph? Up to the last method that was invoked. Okay, so we will be able to see up to the last method. Okay, let's see another one. So sometimes you will be kind of drilling down to a complete, a lot of steps will be there. Okay, so here again, it invoked the same class. So this was the class which was shown here. We will see another transaction snapshot which we will understand. Okay, so you will see the transaction details here. You can drill down to the call graph from here also. Okay, or you can drill down from over here as well. Okay, you also see the slow calls and errors. Okay, if there are any errors or any slowness which cause, so any calls, like in this case, this DB call which took 20 milliseconds, and it's all relative, right? So those things which with respect to other transactions will be shown here. So you will also see the slow database and remote service calls as well, the slowest method as well. Okay, so and any errors as well. Okay, and you have the waterfall view, where the actual time was spent. So the very first start the segment which took the 588 milliseconds, and again it did a call to the database which took 20 milliseconds, and then again it made to another call to a database, so which took 16 milliseconds. So this kind of complete drill down detail will be available. And then the segment list, there was only one kind of segment, I can say. And then data collectors. So data collectors, if we have configured this, so this data will be available. So data collectors is another concept which we will discuss. One second. So in data collectors, what will happen is you will have to configure the data collectors to see if you want to see any header data or any variable data which is being passed as part of that particular transaction. So those things will be seen over here. So we haven't configured any data collectors over here. So it is just showing us the URL of that particular transaction which has happened. Okay. So now this is about the details which we are going to see in the transaction snapshot, which will help you to identify and fix the issues if there are any issues in the application. Okay. So basically this is kind of very important for you guys. Okay. Because if there are slowness or any errors, so here this is the place where actually application teams or the teams who will be the support teams who will be responsible for troubleshooting issues, they should come over here and see the transaction snapshots. I'm just taking another example.
So Ravi, we are looking at the in the current situation, we are looking at only the web application, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we are not looking at anything on the infrastructure level.
No, infrastructure level also you will be seeing here. Okay, so the moment you drill down into the call graph, right? So this new tab it will open, right? Here, along with your slow calls and errors, you have the server snapshot also, which is available. So if you have configured your machine agent over here, right? So where the correlation will be there, then you will see how your server is also doing. Okay, and if you have this I think, yeah, once you configure your database as well, so you will see the database related calls details as well, which will be shown here. So once we configure the database, we will see this particular thing as well. Like these metrics will also be seen in the transaction snapshot, whether your database was performing slow or not. Okay, so usually this blame game happens, right? No, the database was slow, or the network was slow, or the server was causing the issue. Okay, so these things can be avoided because every detail of that particular slow transaction will be available in a one window. Okay, so this is the reason in my initial introduction of APM, I mentioned, like, why do we have to choose the server visibility or the database visibility as well as part of the APM, which is provided by App Dynamics, because you will be having this part of correlation where all the details will be seen in under one roof. Okay, and at that particular point of time, say if you have multiple tools, right? So you will have to look for this particular timestamp, and then you will have to go into your server monitoring tool and then see what was there any issue with your server, or if you have to look into your database, you have to go into a database monitoring tool and then see that. So this is the one of the biggest advantage I can say. Okay.
Mhm.
So you will see the server OS relation information as well, database as well. And if you have the network visibility license, right? So over here in the application dashboard, you have the network visibility tab. I think that is not shown here. Okay, I think you will have to go into a node. Sorry, just a second. Oh, you won't even show the tab. So here you will have another tab called network. Okay, so where network visibility data will be shown next to dashboard or my dashboard, you will see the network. So here you will see the network related information as well, along with whatever you are seeing. Like network related, whenever I say network related, it is not with respect to, it is limited to your application related communication. Okay, so in between your application communication, right? So as part of this flow map you see here, similar flow
Mhm.
map you will see, but not the app related metrics. You will see the network related metrics like throughput or any network errors, and there is something another metric called PIE error. So those network related metrics you will see, and that is kind of very helpful if for example network is causing any slowness within your application. Okay,
So do we need to
so
install any agent for that again?
it is available as a separate agent also. It's a very small lightweight agent. Okay, or
Mhm.
you can enable it as part of your machine agent also. So if you go to your machine agent, there is a network component, NetBits agent. Okay, so that you can include it as part of your machine agent also, or you can machine agent extension, or you can install it separately as a network visibility agent. But APM is compulsory for that, because you are not monitoring your network infrastructure. You are monitoring the how the network is impacting on your application. So when you say application, you need APM agent. Okay.
Mhm. Okay.
Okay. Any other queries, guys?
So next we are going to install the DB agent as well.
Yeah, we will do that.
Okay.
Okay, so this was with respect to the snapshots. We were here. Okay, so you will see the errors over here. You will see the complete exception of exception thrown by the application. Okay, you can go to the call graph and you will see it. So basically, this will become your bread and butter in case of App Dynamics when you are going to help your teams troubleshooting, or if you are part of the application support team. So this is how you can use it. And if you want to send this particular data to someone, you can go ahead here and you can export it as a snapshot. Okay, so it will not give you an Excel kind of data. Okay.
Ravi, one question.
Mm-hmm.
If we'll go to our dashboard in the application menu, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we see that it's indicating database, right? And we haven't installed any DB agent so far.
Right, I told you, right? So it will detect the database, okay? And the agent will be able to identify the queries as well. Okay, but in detail of the queries or with respect to the database, how many database calls have been made inside the database, those details you will not get it. So only if you make a call to the database, it will identify.
Okay, that's why arrow looks to be unidirectional from the application to database.
Correct. So database anyway won't make a call to application. So most of the times it will be unidirectional itself, right? So only it will give you the data. That we will be making a query to the database, and then the data will come to us. So it will be always unidirectional. But what I mean to say is, okay, so if, for example, as part of this particular flow map, you are going to make some calls, but the database, if the database is being used by something else, okay, and you still want to monitor the performance of this database, you would have to install the database agent. Okay. Now, if this database is not being, if the inventory services is not making any call to the database, and this is being used by some other application, here you will not see this database at all. If these peers are not making any calls, you will not see this database at all. Okay, you will it will be kind of ignored. Only if there is load, you will see the details. However, in case of if you install the agent, you will basically see all the details, like the properties kind of details you will see. And the next thing is, if it is being used by any other applications, any other calls which are being made, all the complete query details that you will be seeing in detail. And you will also be able to customize, like you can configure custom queries on your database to monitor any other parameters that are not kind of provided by default. So even those options are also.
Ideally, it will give an overview. That's it, right?
What else you are expecting?
So ideally, if we don't install this DB agent, it's going to give an overview, like what are the calls are being made.
Correct.
And
what is it? So if you see here, it will give you the query and how many times it did and what was the time taken. This is all you will get. Okay, but when you install the database agent, right, you can drill down to this query and you will be able to see any user who performed this query, okay, and at what point of time this was done. Okay, so those details, like those kind of details, you will be able to see, and the session time, okay, the database session time, how long it was there. So like that, you will be seeing the complete detail. This will be kind of giving you an idea if this particular query is causing the slowness. But if you would like to get more details, like if any other user is making multiple queries or something like that, if you want any in detail view, the DB agent will help you on that. Okay, so this is with respect to the dashboard, business transactions and snapshots, and the transaction score. So transaction score is basically, again, we are getting based on number of calls and with respect to the time, how many number of calls were made and how many normal calls were there and how many very slow normal transactions were there. Okay, so and with respect to events also with respect to snapshots also you have this particular graph. So by seeing this, you will just see, like if you have a long red bar graph, then you should be worried. Okay, oh, there are too many errors, then I'll have to work on this particular application performance. Okay, so this was with respect to the dashboard part, and then we also saw how do we set the time range. Okay, so this business transaction data we will be able to see only for 2 weeks. Okay, I mentioned in our last class, like 2 weeks of data will be stored by AppDynamics SAS, okay, by default for business transaction metric data. Okay. However, any data which is available in your metric browser, like the numeric data, like the number of calls, that you will get it. The number of, with respect to the response time, that you will get it. Okay. Number of errors, you will get it. But if you want to drill down and see what is an error and what caused that error, that will be available in your business transactions or your transaction snapshots. Okay, that will be kept only for 2 weeks. Okay, rest of all the data will be kept for 1 year. Okay, so this is with respect to the time frames and the time. Okay, so here you also have, you can set up your custom time ranges. Okay, so you can just click on add and you can set up your time, and then you can save it. Say I would like to see yesterday, or what is the date today? It's 14, right? Okay. I'll set up for today morning how the load was. 1 a.m. to 2 a.m. See? Okay, you can Saturday morning. So how will this help you? Custom time ranges. Say for example, if you have a patching cycle every month, okay, so you would like to give this time range, or if you have any issue found on a particular time frame. Okay. Uh, every month thing you will not be able to do it because you will have to specify that particular time frame. So what you can do, share with everyone. So for example, you saw some issue at this particular time frame, and then you just save it. Instead of every person saving the time range and creating the customer time range, they can actually go ahead, instead of standard, they can go ahead and see this particular time range and then see how was the, okay. So if you see, they will directly see the dashboard. Okay. So this particular time range, right, this will be applicable across the controller. Okay. It is not for just for your application. So if you go to different application also, even there also you can apply this particular time ranges, and even there also you will be able to see them. Okay. So these things are not specific. So one more thing you have to remember is, most of the configurations which you do are specific to application. So the customization is very deep. Uh, you can customize individual applications completely. So you don't have to specify with respect to, say, the transaction detection rules, like how the transactions has to be detected. So that you can customize with respect to your application. You can customize the alerts, you can customize the policies, you can customize the health rules, you can customize the thresholds for this particular transactions. You can customize the slowness, very slow transactions, right? So those things also you can customize. Most of the things you can customize with respect to the app level. Only certain configurations which are like the BT retention periods, or there are very high level configurations. So those things which they will be applicable at a kind of controller level. Okay. So these things, these are the things that you will be looking into. Okay.
Controller level in the sense like at the agent level?
No. When you say, for example, if I change the data retention period from 14 days to say 21 days, I change from 2 weeks to 3 weeks, that will be applicable for all the applications that you have configured for your App Dynamics controller. Okay. So when you say agent, it will be specific to a node.
Node.
Okay. So node level configurations are also done when you go into that particular, you can customize that. You can specify the scope that I'll show that as well.
So controller, yeah, I understand node level communications we do, but controller level configurations and controller level things where we should do it.
So for a SaaS controller, right, you will be able to do it, most of them by the support itself. Okay. So they will give you, but if it is in case of on-prem, then you will have the access.
Okay. For manage, we can go and to the controller and we can make changes.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. But what would be ideally, what would be the changes that would, for instance, you told like we can change for more than 2 weeks. That's one of the example you told. for 2 weeks or
Correct.
3 weeks. If you want, you can change in the controller. And
Uh-huh.
and ideally what type of things would be done on the controller level? Like some examples.
There won't be much actually. I have a couple more. I'm just it's not on top of my mind.
Next time, why I'm asking this question is, we are actually having managed
Okay.
environment in our. So yeah, if you can get some examples,
Sure.
like
Yeah.
I may not use or use, I don't know, but still, but
I got it. For your understanding, you will
some
mail me.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
I'll give you that data.
Okay.
Just a second. I'll make a note. Okay. So these things, events, business transactions, transaction snapshots, transaction score. Okay. So any queries until here? I'll just go to the PPT and I'll just scroll down. So we saw BTs. Okay. So what's a BT? And we saw the transaction entry and exit point. Okay. So whenever the transaction is starting, right? So this is your entry point. So how do you start your business transaction? So wherever I start my business transaction, like whatever is my, like how do you identify? Technically, it is the method that you are going to invoke. Okay. So for example, in our application, right, if I click on this particular supercars, okay, what it will do, it will redirect the URL, okay, and then it will invoke a certain method in your application backend, right? So that particular thing you will have to define it, okay? So that will be called as an entry point. And then what is the exit point? The downstream calls, or for this particular inquiry services, this will be the exit point. For API services, you have two exit points. One is inventory and one is inquiry. So like this, these are all the entry and exit points for your PS or nodes. Okay. And then managing BTs. Okay. So this is one thing which we will see in our business time. Okay. So I'll explain you in brief. So we have something called as I told you about the limit. Okay. You will be able to capture 200 business
One
transactions.
question before we go forward, Ravi. So these entry and exit points can be controlled and customized.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
There you can do that in the transaction detection rules.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Please
So
continue.
yeah. Okay, I got it. So I was telling you about all of the traffic, right? Okay. So you will be able to see that there is a limit called 20 business transactions for 200 business transactions per an application. Okay. So yeah, this is another configuration you can think of, Ranjit. Number BT limit. Okay, for particular application. So you will not be able to set the number of BTs which can be captured at an application level. So if you would like to change it, you will have to change it for all the applications. Okay, so that change you will have to do it at the controller level. So the number of BTs that can be captured per an application. So usually that is 200. So if you want to go beyond 200, so you will have to do a change on the controller level. Okay, and ideally, so actually that is not required. Okay, so the essence over here is less is more. Okay, so you will have to concentrate on the important BTs which are business critical for you. Okay, so in our case, if I go to this particular example, I would see, for my business, sell and inquire would be my top priority transactions, right? So after that, and the listing of supercars will come. Okay, and even insurance might be kind of top priority. So I'm just saying, like, if I compare to about page, this will be kind of a very less priority transaction, and then the others will take the higher priority with respect to the functionality and the criticality for your business. Okay, so you will have to identify your critical business transactions. Okay, and then you will have to kind of log them down, list them down, and then you will have to strategize on monitoring those business transactions. Okay, so I will explain you the strategy of, okay, we will discuss on one strategy, or how do we follow the business best practice of business transaction monitoring. So we will lock down the important business transactions, and then we will kind of remove all other business transactions which are not required. All other transactions which are not required will go into something called as all other traffic. There will be another bucket called all other traffic. It will go into them, and once they are once they go into all other traffic, we can individually find them and register those business transactions. Okay, so we will quickly finish off these topics once more, and then we will go there. Okay, so identify key transactions. Usually 10 to 20 is what the main transactions that you need, okay, for any kind of application. Or then if that kind of list is going beyond that, right, then it's ideally suggested to break down your application into smaller applications. Okay, so we also saw how do we set the performance thresholds. Okay, I showed you this as well. You can go into configuration. Okay, slow transaction thresholds. Okay, here you will be defining that. I explained you about the baselines. Okay, so you can either give the percentage thresholds, or you can give the absolute values, or you can give with respect to the standard deviations. Okay. Next, we saw transaction snapshots. They'll be captured periodically, or something significant happens, or you can create them when you trigger the diagnostic sessions. Okay, now we will go to the troubleshooting. Okay, so war room, everybody would have heard of this. Like, these are the meetings which will be started when something goes wrong. Okay, so here you also have an option to start a war room. Okay, whenever you see some issue, and then you will be, the importance of a war room in app dynamics is you will be kind of able to share the single source of truth for everyone, with everyone. Okay, so even whether the particular person is having access to the application or not, so they will be still able to see the details once you share the URL of that particular war room. Okay, so what we will do, say for example, we found a slowness in the issue. Okay, what I'll do, I'll apply some more load. Okay, you have something called as troubleshoot here. Okay, you have war rooms, start room. Okay, test. Okay, so the moment you start a war room, you will be seeing this particular page, and you can invite the participants over here. Okay, or you can directly give the URL. Okay, I'll share the URL with you guys. So once you guys, I will become the host, and you guys will be the participants in the war room. And what I can do, I can add widgets for the particular things which I would like to share. Say I would like to share the load for that particular application. Okay, or I am seeing some issue with respect to this particular node. I want to see the calls per minute. Okay, you can add it here, and you can customize this particular graph. I think if insurance is not getting the load, let's get the API services. This usually takes the load. Okay, I see one of you have joined. So here you will be seeing the live traffic for the application, like how this particular insurance is doing. So like this, you can add multiple widgets, okay, and you can add the health status of any of your node.
So Ravi, who can have this permission to create a war room?
You can do those configurations actually.
Okay. So even a user can have permission to go forward with creating war room.
Yeah, see, okay, let me explain you your administration part. So there you will be able to
Okay, sure.
customize and see how you can provide insurance. So this is one thing that you will be helpful, but however, here you will not be able to see the complete details. Okay. So for example, if you want to show the business transaction data, that you can't show it. So log tile, sometimes this works, sometimes this will not work. Say for example, if I want to see the node, what is that, log message. Okay. I would like to see my machine agent, whether it is working fine or not. You can give the path here, and ideally the log should stream, but sometimes it doesn't work. Okay. Let me copy paste. That would be better. And also it takes some time also. Start. So no data found. So this is what it will show sometime. Yeah, it's coming now. Okay. Yeah, I can see the log. Save. So you can actually directly stream this particular thing. I think so. These are all the options, but however, you will not be uh, able to use all the data which are provided in App Dynamics. Only certain things will be provided for you. Like you can put a gauge kind of see the same metric data which I have selected. Okay. So overall, now I'll take ART. You can also include baseline data. I mean, there will be comparison for the baseline. Okay. So how do you want to see this particular data? So the maximum ART was around, it was too much. Okay. So now the average response time, the current response time is 2579. So this looks okay. So this is how you are going to create dashboards as well. Okay. So even in the dashboards and reports, you will see something called as widgets. Okay. There you will have some other widgets. Okay. Other than what you are seeing here, a couple more kind of widgets. So those widgets will be those widgets will help you to create the dashboard and see the data. Okay. So the moment you share it, anybody accesses, and they will have they will also see this particular data, and it's like you will you understand, you know about war rooms, right? So multiple teams will join, so everyone will be able to see the status of what's happening and whether the issue is kind of resolving, and how to, I mean, if the logs is posting something else. So like that, you will be able to see the data. Okay. So here you can create any notes as well. Like, yeah, it's something going good or bad. Yeah, performance is good. Yeah, I tag performance is good. So it is green here. Okay. So this is about war room. I can save it as a template for my future use. Whenever I want to create a similar one, I can save this as a template. Okay. So another war room got started. Now I don't have to add these details again. Okay. Any queries here? And war room. I have saved this already. Okay, guys.
Yeah, all good.
Okay. Yeah. So that was about creating the war room. Okay. Now, how do we see or drill down into the issue that we already kind of saw it? Like, we will see the response times, we will see the potential issues, and then we will kind of choose the snapshot which is having a complete call graph, and then we will look into drill down into the call graph, and then we can identify what is actually causing the issue. Okay, so a method or a particular tier which is causing the issue, that can be identified. Okay, so if you see this particular example, where do you see, where do you see the slowness?
Web node.
Web. Okay.
You mean like slowness in communication, right?
Yeah. So
Okay,
you also
so
see it
yeah,
over here. Yeah. So see this
JDBC
percentage.
19.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you also, I mean, from the icon, you can also see it over here. Okay. But however, the amount of time taken is kind of consumed in this call, in this call, and in this call. Okay. So next we will come to diagnostic session. So if we need, say for example, you found or you got some issue and then you would like to troubleshoot, but however, you don't have enough transaction snapshots with the complete call graphs. Okay. So for that, what you will do, okay, you will kind of uh, create, start a diagnostic session, which will start capturing more and more business transaction snapshots. Okay. Under normal circumstances, snapshots are periodically corrected every 5 minutes. Okay. However, if you would like to more transaction snapshots, then you go ahead and initiate the diagnostic sessions. Okay. And then you will go ahead, sorry, you will capture more transaction snapshots. Okay. So, 1 second. Okay. So here you have it. So the moment you go to business transactions, you right click on any particular business transaction, and you can start saying, start a business, start collecting diagnostic sessions. Okay. Then you can also specify how many transaction snapshots you need. Okay. And at what rate. Okay. There is a limit for this particular thing as well. You can, we saw the limits as well. like any transaction snapshot, which is starting from at that particular point, you can capture maximum 20. But if it is flowing through a particular tier or node, then you can capture maximum 100. So I haven't memorized those numbers, but I think that's the way. I mean, that's the number that I can remember. Okay. How do we start? Like there are a number of ways. One is manually, the way I am showing. You would right click on a particular BT and then give the number and then start the diagnostic session. Okay. We will apply the load and then we will start the diagnostic session. Okay. And for how long you need. Okay. So this also you can mention. And then automatically in response to a performance problem. So what you can do, you can configure a alerting mechanism, health rule. You can configure a health rule which will define you, okay, which will tell you saying, okay, this is my threshold. If it goes, say, for example, your application is designed to um, your application is designed to take 100 calls per minute. Okay. Now, if you want to capture or say, for example, if it goes beyond 100 calls per minute, then you would like to capture more diagnostic sessions to see if there are any performance issues or something like that. Okay, I'm just taking a example. Or instead of number of calls, I can take average response time. Okay, your application is designed to respond within less than 10 milliseconds. Okay, if it goes beyond 10 milliseconds, then you will have to capture the diagnostic sessions every like for a 10 minutes period. See what will happen if a sudden slowness, right, or a continuous slowness, if it starts at, say, for example, at 6 o'clock, okay, and you will get the alert at 6:05 or 6:10, and then you might not be able to see the alert immediately, right? So that's why you can configure this automation, and to start the diagnostic session immediately, it triggers an alert, and what the diagnostic session will do, it will start capturing the additional transaction snapshots for that particular BT, which is actually causing, which is actually undergoing slow performance. Okay, so that is how you can actually automate the way of capturing the uh, event. Okay, and additional automatically, sorry, this was the one which I explained to you, and automatically the one where the tool itself automatically detects. Okay, so if it detects some error or if it detects some slowness, even that will capture a transaction snapshot by automatically. Okay, even if it is not a periodic scheduled one. Okay, so for example, at 6 o'clock it has captured one, and 6:05 it will capture another one, but it at 6:02 it saw some slowness, it will try to capture another snapshot. Okay, so those things, those are the ways which we create the diagnostic sessions can be captured. Now let's capture one on, let's create one on any of them. I'll do it on search, or the slow transaction we will do it. Start diagnostic session. Okay. One was the last one. Mhm. So there has to be load on your application to capture any snapshot. So this is one thing you will have to remember all the time. Okay, it started one more. So you guys can access these two pages on the web page. So it will kind of create a load from different endpoints. Supercar trader and supercars. Oh, sorry. Hmm. Create on the normal one itself. I think it's in the back end. So now I have started for sell. You can just apply some node there. I can see. So Yeah, now I can see. Okay. So at 15 we started, right? So we are seeing around every second there was a call and there has been a snapshot. Okay. And so usually it will capture transaction snapshots uh, only when there are slowness or in periodic times, right? But however, since we started the diagnostic session, it started capturing transaction snapshots for almost every minute. Sorry, every second. Okay. Any query? So we will see if that also has captured something. Action card execute, right? So this is one more bug kind of thing I can say. Okay, whenever you have something minimized, right, in the controller, if something is minimized, and if you open some other window over here, I mean, if you switch to some other application or uh, if you we had an option to select the node or something like that, right? If you do that, then the minimized window will maximize automatically. So we can't do that when something is actually minimized. That's actually one drawback. Oh, okay. I got now. But there was slowed one, which is the one where we triggered. In the last 2 hours, it was the slowest one. What insurance? Excuse me. Because I think it's more than 1 lakh difference time. Yeah. Here we see the transactions for this also. 5, 4, 5, 3, 5. So at different points of it, and many of them are kind of slow. So it takes a couple of minutes for the data to come, but it works. Okay. So this is about diagnostic sessions. You can come to transaction snapshots and directly come to diagnostic session. Okay. And then you can start the session, or you can start it directly from the BT itself. Okay. You can configure when the diagnostic session will be started from here itself. Okay. So when these transaction thresholds, whenever if they are kind of breached, so we saw the transaction thresholds, right? So whenever they are kind of breached, so this is the automatic rule actually. So this is not the health rule kind of rule. So health rule will also be one place where you are going to set how to start a diagnostic session. This is another place. This is the automatic one, which we set, like kind of automatic one when there is something slowness or some performance issue that is seen. There, the tool will automatically start the diagnostic session. Okay. Okay. So this is how we saw and initiated the diagnostic sessions. Okay. And the duration can be 1 to 10 minutes and the frequency can be 1 to 10 snapshots. Okay. So you should not run a diagnostic session continuously. And remember one more thing, this diagnostic sessions will add overhead on your agent or application. Okay. So since it has to capture all the data all the data for many transactions, So this will kind of shoot your performance. I mean, for that particular time period, your application performance might also go down, and your server performance also might go down. So for that case, don't start diagnostic sessions kind of continuously, or whenever. Do it only whenever you need it. Okay. So this also we saw where under configuration slow transaction threshold also we can do the settings for the diagnostic sessions. Okay. And yeah, this is where the health rule part. Okay. I will show you this. Okay. In the action. Okay. You will mention the diagnostic session. Under diagnostics, you will say start a diagnostics for that particular business transaction. Okay. Now troubleshooting the snapshots. Okay. So remember, how do we the business transactions represent the activity? Okay. So I think we have covered this as well in the tool. Like I have explained you about the call graph details. Okay. And what kind of calls we see, the slow calls and the very slow calls, error calls, and what is the call graph, and what are all the tabs which are available in the transaction snapshot. Okay. So this is how I usually go. I go slow. I directly dive into the tool, and there we can kind of explain, and see it, and then come back to the PPT to see like if I have missed any topics and or anything that has to be covered. Okay. And okay, so this is one thing which I didn't cover with respect to transaction snapshots. How do we open them? Like, what are all the different ways of opening the transaction snapshots? Okay. So can any one of you tell me now, like, what are all the options? So we found one way here. I directly showed you, that is the transaction snapshots. Okay. And then one other way is you go to the BT. Okay. And then at the BT level. Okay. So now, what are all the different levels I show? When I say what are all the different ways of navigating to transaction snapshots, the different ways depend on the kind of snapshots you need. Okay. Now, if you want to view all the snapshots in that particular time frame, you directly go to application dashboard and see the transaction snapshots. You will see all the transaction snapshots captured here. It is irrelevant to a particular BT or a time frame or a particular node or a tier. Okay. Now you want to see the transaction snapshots for a particular BT. Okay, then you go to the BT business transaction tab and then go to that particular BT, and then under transaction snapshots you will see only those BTs. Okay, it's kind of you have applied the filter. Okay, here you can apply the filters as well. So it's kind of automatically applying the filter, or excuse me, you can apply the filters once you go to the transaction snapshots. So this is with respect to snapshots with respect to a particular BT. Now, if you want to see the snapshots with respect to a particular node or a tier, then you go to that particular node or tier, and then here you have the transaction snapshots. Okay. Okay. So another way is from your right side, either from your application dashboard view or from your node dashboard view. You go to your transaction scorecard, and then you have your transaction snapshots available. So these are all the different ways you can identify. And from the transaction scorecard also, if you would like to see only, okay, I'm sorry, only the very slow or slow ones. Okay, so additional filter will be automatically applied. Okay, only those snapshots you will see. for a particular BT and again for a particular type of snapshot, slow or very slow ones. Okay, so this is with respect to the snapshots part. So once you identify the snapshot, write snapshot, drill down into that particular call graph, and then you can, if you want, we also saw how do we see the detail. Okay, so this is how this is how you will see the detail, which is kind of an HTML page that you can kind of export it for your for the future reference, or if you want to send it out for the troubleshooting part. Okay, so let me go to this question and then we'll go here. You can access slow transactions by what are all the methods I just explained you. Okay, basically it's A, B, C. So as part of D, clicking containers in the left menu, you will not be able to see it. Okay. So if I just open, I think this is okay. We'll just keep it in the interest of time. Now start with, okay, now again, troubleshooting. Again, how do you actually do it? So you can look for a business transaction. Okay, so if you are seeing slowness, or if you are getting calls from the service desk or saying the application is kind of slow, what you can do, you can go to the BT section and look for a particular BT which is having high response time, or you can go to under the are you guys seeing the flickering in my screen?
No, I think it's stable for us.
Okay, cool. Okay. So once you go to BTs, you can directly go to top business transactions. Okay, with respect to the response times, you can directly see here, and you can directly drill down into the one which is having very less or very high response time, or very causing which is slow, and then you can go to the transaction snapshots, and then over here you look for a transaction snapshot which is having error and also having a full call graph. Okay, so over here you will be able to drill down. So if you can see here, it is actually taking 7 minutes of time, okay, for completing this particular transaction. So that means it's kind of very slow, right? So that's why you can go into that particular method and see if it is causing any issue. Okay, so this particular method or call is actually causing you so much of time, which is causing like taking 7 minutes of time. So this is one of the approach where you can take to identify any slowness and then actually fix that particular issue. Okay, you select the snapshots, you drill down, and you look into the call graph, and you identify actually what it is causing the issue. You can access slow transactions, which we saw this. Okay, now we will come to the errors. Okay, we will see what is errors and all, and then we will kind of take a small break. Okay. Now, errors. How does AppDynamics define an error? There are, I told you, right? There are 4 kinds of an error. The one is the exception kind, and another one is the HTTP error kind. I mean, if I have to make it into 2 kinds, one is the exception and one is the HTTP return codes. Okay. Under exceptions, you have different kinds again. Any unhandled exception by the code will be tracked as an error by AppDynamics. And the second one, HTTP error codes ranging from 400 to 505. So all these HTTP error codes by default will be considered as an error. So if someone user makes a call to an application, and if the application returns any error code with respect to 400, I mean in this particular range, automatically that particular transaction will be categorized as a error transaction. Okay, so this is one of the error, and the next one is an exception that is handled but logged with the severity of error, okay, or fatal using the log4j. So you will be having the logging mechanism, right, in your application. So as part of that logging mechanism, okay, if you are logging a particular exception which is handled as an error, then that will also be captured as that will also be considered as an error in your app dynamics. Okay, a handled exception that occurs during a call to an exit point. Okay, you are handling an exception and you are making a call to an exit point. Okay, exit point basically to another tier or another node which is called as a downstream node. Okay, where you are handling an exception. Okay, so basically as part of handling an exception, you will be making a call to you will making a call, another call, right? So even that transaction will be considered as an error. Okay, so these are the four kinds of errors which are basically by default considered by app dynamics as errors. Okay, so if you want to customize these things and if you want to do any changes for these, you can do that as well. Okay, so they can be accessed using the transaction scorecard. You saw that. Okay, if a transaction experiences an error, it is counted as an error transaction and not as a slow or very slow. So if the particular transaction falls in any of these things, it will directly go into the error transaction classification. Okay, an application server exception is a code logged message outside the context of BT. Okay, so here they are defining what is the exception. There is not a one-to-one correspondence between the number of errors and the number of exceptions. Okay, so the number of errors might be more, but the number of exceptions kind of might be less. Okay, for example, a BT may experience a single code 500 error in which several exceptions were logged as the transaction passed through multiple tiers. Okay, so here the number of errors might be more as well, like, because there might be multiple exceptions that might be logged as a transaction which will pass through multiple tiers. Okay, so if I initiate a transaction at one particular place, for example, I will start in my API service, right? So here you will you might have so here once you start the transaction, here it will throw an exception, and then again while making a call to the inquiry services. Okay, so over as we saw, this will fall into the fourth category, where an exception which is handled and making an exit call. Okay, and again when doing inquiry service, the transaction is being processed. Again, if it throws another exception and it will do an exit call to the database, again the error count will be kind of 2. Okay, but however, you will be having one business transaction. Okay, so that kind of exact correspondence will not be available for you. So where will you see this? Okay, you can troubleshoot the transaction errors under the transaction snapshots. Okay, here you have this, right? You can directly click the number of errors here. That link. Oh, sorry. This will take you to the metric browser. So ideally, this one, the number of errors. So this will give you the error transaction snapshots. Okay, so this will give you what are all the errors which are captured. Now exceptions, we saw that are thrown and handled within a BT are not captured by App Dynamics and do not appear. If a stack trace for the exception is available, you can access it from the exceptions tab in the controller UI. Okay, so stack trace is available for a given exception if the exception was passed in the log call. Okay, for example, a logging call in the form of logger.log. So this is where I told you about the logging mechanism, where if a particular log entry has been made with this kind of error, with this kind of classification, then that would kind of be included in your stack trace as well. Okay, for you to further troubleshoot. Okay, so I will show you how do we configure the errors as well. Okay, configure error detection. So once you go to transaction snapshots, right, you have something called as configure error detection. So we saw the slow or stall transaction threshold configuration. We'll go to error detection. So by default, these things will be considered as an errors. Okay, so detect errors logged using Java logging. Okay, log4j. So another logging mechanism called SL4 logback. By looking at the messages in the logged with the error or higher severity. Okay, and mark business transaction. If the BT is marked as an error, even that transaction is kind of sorry, even the BT will also be taken as an error. Okay, now, for example, all these things are by default kind of configured. Now you would like to, now you are not seeing the actual errors which are still logged by your logging mechanism like log4j. Okay, so in that case, you can add a custom configuration over here. Okay, basically it will you will have to know your code detail. Okay, for this to happen. Okay, so you will have to define a name. Okay, I'll just give this particular thing, and then you will have to mention the class name and the method name. Okay, and then you will have to enter the parameters if applicable. Okay, so if this particular method name or call name with those parameters are invoked. So in our case, we saw this parameter, right? Log level E error. Okay, you can mention this kind of parameter in your in the parameter section. Okay, and then if this particular class or method is invoked, and that then it will automatically that transaction will be automatically considered as an error transaction. Okay, your error count will automatically increase. Okay, so this is the configuration which we'll be using in the kind of transaction detection rules as well. Okay, this is a similar configuration. However, what we are saying is, if a particular method or a particular basically if a particular method under a particular class, okay, with certain parameters, okay, defined as per your logging mechanism is invoked, then you are going to classify that particular transaction as an error transaction. Okay. Other than that, if you want to say, for example, some exceptions are being logged, okay, and then they are kind of being detected as errors, but you don't want to consider them as an error because as part of your code, they are kind of known errors or they don't cause any issue for you. Okay, but however, if those things are kind of identified as an errors, right? So on your application dashboard, it will kind of see more red, right? So for that, you can do some configuration to ignore those exceptions. Okay, so to ignore a particular exception, you can completely mention the complete name of that particular exception and the exception message, and then save it. Okay, which will actually ignore the exception message. Okay, so you can add that particular category also to ignore under the log4j thing. Okay, if under log4j you are defining something as a error, and if that needs to be ignored, even that can be done. Okay, and with respect to HTTP return codes, other than 400 to 500, okay, anything else if you want to add as an error, like for example, usually it will for 400 to 504 or 505 will be covered, but sometimes if you have defined any other custom HTTP error codes, that can be given here. Okay, so it's kind of a range also you can give. If it is a one value, you can give it as Like for example, if I have defined it as 350 to 350, then I mean 350 as a new error code, then you can give 350 to 350. Okay, both are kind of inclusive. You can detect the redirect pages also. Sometimes we do redirect the pages if there are any errors or slowness, right? So if that redirect page is being accessed, okay, then that is also kind of configured as an detected as an error. Okay, so this is with respect to error configuration. So here that is also kind of defined with respect to the technology. So in case of .NET, the logging mechanism might change, right? So it is log4j here, it is log4net here. So that's why those small changes which are applicable with respect to the technologies, they are available over here. Okay. So there is one more place uh, where you can ignore particular where is that? I think this is only. Okay, yeah, that's all. So yeah, with respect to different technologies, you can do the configuration accordingly. Okay, so this is with respect to errors. Any query over here? We'll take a small break after this if you don't have any queries. So this is what we saw. What are the sum of the options which you can configure for error detection? So let's answer these two questions and then we'll go for the break. Guys,
A and B.
all of them, because you can specify HTTP error codes, you can ignore some of them, you can redirect the pages. I showed you these pages, right? I mean, we saw this, right? No. HTTP error detection using logged exceptions or messages. Okay, that we saw. HTTP return codes we saw. Okay, and redirect pages also we saw, error redirection, and set up custom loggers. Custom loggers in the very first thing we saw. Okay, so it's actually all of them are considered as errors by default. So this is the first definition that we saw. I think Divyanshu, you answered for this one or previous one.
I think this looks like A, D.
B is not the right one because the default 400 to 505. Okay, so 350 is an example just I took for the custom part. Okay, by default, an unhandled exception is correct. C, HTTP error code from, yeah, C is correct. And D, an exception that is logged and handled with the severity of error. This is also correct. An handled exception that takes longer than 10 milliseconds. No, we are not going to define any custom, default value here. An handled exception that occurs during a call to an exit point. Yeah, this is correct. Okay. So
what can you once go back?
Yeah, sure.
The last option. A handled exception that occurs during a call to an exit point.
So you make a there is an exception that is being handled, and that will that will happen during a call to an exit point. So that means a downstream call. So sometimes you will be calling certain services as part of the exception handling, right? So that will also be considered as an error.
Means like what? What is it? Can you give an example?
Yeah. Okay. For example, now in case of our supercar, okay, I am using the inventory service, right? So from the API service, I am using the I am calling another method called inventory service. So in inventory service, basically, I am looking for the cars which are available. So whatever the cars which are there in inventory, that will be stored here, right? Okay. Now I will send a string. Okay. Like for example, in this, I was looking for a BMW car. Okay. Now instead of BMW, I will give some typo or something. Okay. That will create an exception. Okay. If it is not available in your database. Okay. Or it will do another call. I'm just
like no records found.
Yeah, no records found or something. That exception is being handled. Okay. Now, as part of no records found, okay, it will make another call maybe to another table. Okay. So usually by default, it will look for in the inventory table. Okay. Now, as part of that exception, if it is a kind of error, no records found, you will go into the exception. Okay. And you will make another database call. Okay. That means you are going to make another downstream call. Right. Okay.
So another call to another. So in that case, we are going to make another call to another table that references to no records.
Right. So that means, that should be part of an exception actually. So that should not be a part of your normal transaction. Okay. So only then it will be considered as an under error. So when do we usually?
So it's like, let's suppose just to make it simple. So we have a table of records and we kept only 12 or 13 records, and if we try to access 13 records, any of them, then it would be fine. If not, it would be an exception. And we don't have any other table that mentions no record found, let's suppose. So is that the case you are pointing to? So there is no other table that verifies and says that there is no record found. Simply, if it is available, it says that it's available, and then a car name. If it is not available, then if it is not available, straight away it is error.
Right. Straight away it is an error. So no, I am trying to straight away it is an error. That is an handled exception. That will come into the first category. Okay. Now I have okay. Instead of inventory, I'll do one more thing. I think. Okay, let me draw it. So I think that would be easy. Here is my paint. Okay, now here I am first making a call to my inventory database. Okay, so over here, inventory is the first database that I am getting. If the availability, if it is found, it will provide me with the response. Okay, so this is the good transaction. Now, if it is not found, okay, it will try to search in another table called maybe a history table. Okay, so and it will cause as part of an exception because it is not found in my default table.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. If it is found, it will directly it will directly handle it. I mean, it will directly give the response. But if it is not found, it will throw an exception, and as part of that exception will be handled by making an exit call to again another table, which will look for like whether it is found in my history database or something like that. I am just making up the scenario. Okay. So then this particular thing will be called as an exception because it was not found my initial inventory table. It was found in my history table, and that was done as part of my exception. Okay, so this is where we are kind of considering this as an error part. Okay, because this was not there in my initial.
It's not as
aspect.
expected, like from the table.
Right. Yeah. So ideally, if this particular scenario was not there, now say for example you don't have the history table at all. Okay, now history table at all is not there. What you will do if the data is not found, you directly throw an exception saying data not found. That is the first case where you are taking an unhandled exception. Okay.
Okay. So if we have a history, it is going to be handled exception. This if you don't have history, it is
handled in the sense there can be multiple ways of handling it. Okay, you can actually log an error message. Okay, you can actually instead of logging an error message, logging an error message is one way, and you can actually do another call, or you can. I'm not a developer way, so that's why I'm just giving you an example. So that is one. These are the two ways which I can immediately think of. Like one is logging an error message and making another call, or sometimes it will kind of put the method to sleep if there is a kind of sleep in the sense actually if it is causing slowness, right? Or if it is taking additional time, if the database is huge and if you are not getting the exact data, it will kind of put the thread to give additional time for the thread. Okay. Okay, wait for some more time. Otherwise, log a timeout error, something like that. Okay. So there are multiple ways of handling the exception based on the type of an exception. Here we just made up one scenario where if you don't find the data in my main table, just look for the history table or something, which is not the expected way.
Got it.
Okay. So this is the next part. Okay, transaction snapshots, and so we will again see some of the troubleshooting ways again. Okay, and one troubleshooting way with respect to thread state or the memory part, which we will see at the end. Okay, we will collect this. We will see this tomorrow. With respect to memory leakage and all. And then data collectors, we will see how do we configure the data collectors, what these data collectors involve. And we will see what is a service level endpoint. And so, yeah, this memory management is what I told you. Like I'll just explain you where we see, but in detail, we will see tomorrow as part of the advanced one. Okay. And then what was done? Yeah. Okay. Then we will see service endpoints and information points. Yeah, this is the second one. So information points is the second one, which we will see today. And then we will cover how do we configure the health rules. What is basically this complete model, alert and respond model. How does this work in App Dynamics? Like if a alert is triggered, how it is handled and all. Okay. So we will take around 10 minutes of break. Okay. And then we will come back at 7:05. Okay. Today we covered for around 2 hours. No problem. Any queries before we go?
So far, good, Ravi.
Good. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah, I'll just stop sharing. Just moving back. Okay. So now we will take the scenarios of like troubleshooting scenarios and then see how we can do that. Okay. Uh, like what are the ways, like when do we see the slowness, like too many DB or slow database calls? So why do we see this kind of issue is when we see more data is requested than needed? Okay. This particular database slow calls issue, or same data gets requested multiple times, or multiple queries required to perform a data set. This is kind of an inefficient query. Okay. The very first thing, we are asking for more data, though it is not required. Even we can call this also inefficient. And the second one, same data gets requested multiple times because we might have to use it multiple times, or accidentally placing a call in the database inside the loop. So this is one of the issues. Okay, so these are all. This is the one of the problem which we see frequently in database queries. Okay, now there could be a number of database issues in this topic. We are going to discuss these three issues, uh, the ones which I mentioned now. Okay, now, so for this, how do we go with the troubleshooting approach? Okay, so for troubleshooting transactions that have too many database calls, step through the process, looking at the performance of for each query as you go, and evaluate through too many database queries. Okay. Be aware that database connections as well as data processing time tend to be precious application resources which should be conserved. So what we will do, okay, we will so as part of this transaction snapshot details, right, you will see this particular slow DB call where you will be able to see the count and the amount of time taken. Okay, so we saw a particular snapshot, right? As part of that snapshot, we saw the database calls being made, and then we can see the count as well. Now, what we can also do is we can install the DB agent, okay, and we can also see how. So this is what we can see the in-depth analysis also as part of it, and then we will go ahead with respect to uh, drilling down. Okay. Now, as part of this, the very first thing what they have shown is like we will just drill down into the database calls which are being made. Okay. Directly, you can see this over here. Okay, and you can click on details. Flow DB calls. Okay, so you can see this over here. So this particular call has been made by which snapshot that can also be viewed here. Okay. So here you are seeing the calls from the web tier because this is what has been made. But you can see, you can select from which call it has been. Sorry, if there are other tiers, you can filter it out accordingly, according to tier as well. Okay. Now, remote services is also there, where any other backends which have been accessed. So you can access the details of these as well. Okay, there are not actually no. Okay. So this is one of the remote service which is also causing slowness. And again, you can see the snapshot. So the home page, the home URL is actually calling this particular URL, which is the remote service. Okay. Now, since we kind of discussed some of the topics, what I thought of is like, we will go ahead and install the DB agent. Okay. And then we will analyze or discuss some more topics. Is it fine?
Sure, Rabi. One thing to understand.
Mhm.
So sometime we have seen with like other tool that any team, like any person from application team came forward with no understanding that, okay, we don't know how this tool function.
Okay.
So in case of APM, it's look more dominant towards development side, right? So if they looks to be little like confused or unaware that how their metrics need to be tracked, and like I'm not sure if that's a valid ask or not, but just trying to understand that do we need to like have development understanding?
No. Okay. Yeah. So basically, you don't need to have the in-depth development understanding. You need to understand a couple of concepts like this. What is an exception? Okay. Or how do the errors cause from the application perspective? Okay. It's not like, so you don't have to be a master in any of your technologies, but definitely you need to know some parameters or some things. If you, for example, you can start off with a machine agent thing. Okay. For example, for machine agent, you don't need to know any technology, right? So for that, once you start off with machine agent, then you go with the APM for a Java agent. Okay. So for Java agent, it is very simple. The only thing that you have to do is identify the startup line of your application and configure it. Okay. So how do you identify the startup line? So you need to ask the application teams or someone saying, okay, how your application starts. Usually it will be a jar file that will be invoking their application, right? So you will need to ask, where is the jar file being invoked? There you add your parameter for your Java agent also. So why I am saying this is, so this is how you actually need to start off. So initially, even I am not from development background, right? So I am from computer science background. So in my engineering, so I am able to understand the concepts. So maybe if you guys are not from computer science background, the concept might be a little difficult, but there needs to be a little effort that you need to put in place to understand the basic concepts. So basic concepts has to be understood. Like whatever the things which I'm showing you, this particular training topics, right? I have taken directly from the app dynamics training module itself. Okay, so if you take the training directly from the app dynamics, whatever the concepts they'll be covering, so I have covered all of them. So it's basically, if you know these concepts, for then you will be able to kind of understand app dynamics in a better way. Now, for you to understand these concepts, so whatever the mentions, whatever the terms which I have mentioned, like exceptions, business transactions, snapshots. Now, in this case, I'm showing you thread state analysis or database, remote service calls. Okay, these are all like one or two line definitions that you need to understand and how they apply in the application world or environment world. So once you see this kind of flow map, right? So you will be able to kind of understand how this kind of works. Or what you can also do is you can sit with any application team or any one application that you have configured. You can sit with them and you can try to understand like what is a remote service in this particular case. I am seeing, okay, in App Dynamics will anyway automatically detect the remote service backend, database calls, everything. Okay. So this thing you can show, you can ask the person who is an application developer, see, I am seeing in application, okay, from this particular web, it is making a call to this particular HTTP backend. Okay. So here it means the backend. Okay. How the backend functionality works in your application. I mean, you will be able to correlate it. So in this particular one, what the actual web here is doing is, it is fetching the price of the fuel from some government website. Okay. So it is just making a call. So whenever we say a backend, it is just making an API call or a endpoint call to fetch some data, or it might be just sending some data also. Okay. So it might not be getting any response, or it might not need to receive any response. So to get the fuel economy of a particular car, it is making some call to a government website. Okay. But this website is not configured with AppDynamics. That's why it is showing as a backend. Okay. So this is how you can sit with an application guy to understand, the deeper understanding of the concepts. But the basic understanding of some application related concepts has to be there. Now, I told you to start with machine agent and then go with the Java agent, and then you can start with .NET is another one which is much simpler than Java agent. Okay. It comes with an MSI installer. You just keep double clicking, and then it will automatically identify the .NET application which is installed on your Windows box. Okay. So
Ravi, a quick question here. So I understand this application is doing some interaction with the third party somewhere like fuel economy or something for supercar. But in real time, if you take an example, so we have some applications integrated with Salesforce or anything.
Correct.
Then how would we do this? In that case, it's a SaaS-based application, right? So we don't have.
It will still just show the endpoint. That's all. So here, as you see this endpoint, right? In your SaaS application also, for example, if it is making a call to your Salesforce, it will show that Salesforce endpoint. Okay. If you still want to implement your AppDynamics performance on your SaaS application, that cannot be possible, right? Because anyway, that's not required also, because any performance issue with your SaaS application, they will take care.
Okay.
Okay.
So
now there are cases.
Okay, I understand. So hardly in case of SaaS-based application, we can only use, you can only do the URL monitoring.
Yeah, correct. You can only do the URL monitoring. Correct.
Other than that, because inside everything, all this the application
you don't
is taken
have the
care by
visibility, right?
Yeah, we don't have the visibility. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are cases where instead of Salesforce, I take SAP.
Okay.
Okay. It's a completely third-party application, which is still deployed in your environment. Okay. Even there, you can configure your agent. Okay. If it is kind of the technology is supported. Okay. I think for SAP now, AppDynamics has come up with a new product where they have complete integration. Okay. And that will give you complete insights, and you can actually, if you see some performance issues or if you see some problem with your SAP, AppDynamics will help you to find it out, and you can directly report it to your vendor using AppDynamics itself, and they will take action. So they have come some partnership kind of thing with SAP, and they have released this new SAP kind of SAP AppDynamics agent kind of thing. Okay. So that is one thing.
How about, the case you gave is, I understood.
Only for SAP. There is no other
mainframe applications?
Yeah, that's what I was about to tell you. Like, see, if it is some other technology which you are not, mainframe is kind of little legacy, right? And
legacy.
So there, if the agent is not supported, okay, or if the agent is not able to be instrumented, then it's obviously you will not be able to get any data. Okay. And if it is a third-party application, like similar to SAP, but you don't have some separate partnership.
We don't have an agent. We don't have an agent specific to that. Whatever the tool set.
Okay. Then the straight away answer is APM is no.
Okay.
Okay. So that is the very first answer. You would be able to do something with your machine agent extension. That's all.
Okay, machine
That
agent
we
extension, we can get a few metrics.
metrics, that's all. That you will be seeing in your metric browser only. You will not be able to see this call graph. So those things you will not. There are no custom agents with respect to APM. Okay, APM is only for technology based Java, .NET. Okay, we have PHP, Go. So those are the ones which are available. Other than that, if it is not supported, yeah, it is not supported. We cannot say like everything is supported by AppD also.
Yeah.
So I was telling you about third-party application, right? So, for example, SharePoint, you can say. Okay. In my case, also in my company, also I have configured.
What is that? Can you come again? Sorry,
SharePoint. SharePoint.
Okay. Yeah.
Microsoft SharePoint. Okay. Yeah. So SharePoint we have configured with AppDynamics. Again, it is a third-party application, which is provided by Microsoft. Right? Now our team, there are two cases. They don't want to do anything with respect to SharePoint unless they have very big issue. And the second thing, it is completely, owned by Microsoft, so they don't have access also to do any code level changes, right? But how AppDynamics helps is if you instrument it, you will see these flow maps, you will see the code level data like the stack trace in the snapshots, etc. That you can use in your support tickets or in your discussions with the support teams, and give it to them to do the code level changes and give you some packages to or some fix for you to.
So we can ask them like, yes, so this particular call is being very slow. Probably there could be something that needs done and made changes in the code level. So
correct. You can definitely ask them. Yep. Yes, you can definitely make use of that.
Okay.
Yeah. Coming back to, I think Deepak asked or Dibanshu asked, I don't know. So with respect to development level and information, I say no, because even I am not an application developer. I have not written any code. But the moment you get in here, right? So you will, if you put some little effort, okay, to understand the concepts, okay, and how usually the applications work, you will kind of get an understanding. Okay, so this is what an exception is. Okay, this is what a database is. Okay, this is what a database call means. Okay, this is what a database query is. Okay, so basically you will need to have an overview of understanding of all the technologies which are used in your environment or in your company, because you will have to configure agents for all your applications, right? Whether it can be Java, .NET, Go. Okay, so initially the very first step that what you will need is, okay, how do we configure? That step you understand. Later, application teams will come back to you asking, this is not working, this is I am not seeing, this I am not able to help with. Okay, I'm not able to answer, or I'm not able to kind of, what do I say? I'm not seeing this particular error, or this particular transactions are not being captured. Next, you will dig through the documentation of AppDynamics, okay, or you will dig through how that particular technology works, and then you will be able to kind of understand in much deeper level. Okay, so yes, you will need to have some understanding. Okay.
Hardly my understanding is we could go with the app agent or machine agent, and if it is a database, we'd go with the database agent.
Yeah, database is also very simple and straightforward.
Okay, but one more thing is like, what we have standalone and also another embedded machine agent, right?
Mm-hmm.
So,
no, we only have standalone, I think.
Okay.
Machine agent embedded is not there.
Embedded agent, we don't have it?
No, it's only standalone. I mean, in case of if you use clustering and all, right, you have something called as cluster agent for Kubernetes.
Okay.
Okay. There you will be deploying the agent at the cluster level itself. There, what it will come, you will get the details of pods and everything. Over there, you will be what do I say? Like if you you just have to deploy one agent, that's all. And all the pods that are inside your Kubernetes, they will come on its own. So yeah, to answer that question, I did not know what is Kubernetes, how it works, what is container. I did not knew anything. Okay, a couple of years before. Okay, but however, because of this, I just read some documentation about Kubernetes. There are many videos available. So if you just go through them, okay, you will get an understanding of how it works. Okay, now your server level architecture is all kind of getting old. Okay, mainframe you mentioned, which is very old already. Okay, and now everything, all applications are moving into cloud, and as part of Kubernetes containers and clusters, they are moving into, right? So you will have to come up with the technology, and you will have to kind of understand how they work. Okay, now as part of that, if your application is kind of containerized and deployed in a Kubernetes cluster, they will come to you and ask you to monitor that. Okay, application teams will come to you, you being a monitoring specialist, so they'll come to you to monitor that. Now you will have no other choice other than to learn the concept, and then you have to set up monitoring, right? So you just brush up the concepts which are all coming up new. Okay, at least you now, another thing which you see here is telemetry, OTel. Okay, open telemetry. So this is something AppDynamics has released, I think, couple of months ago. Only from 4-5 months or 6 months we are seeing this. Okay, and using this we can get some telemetry data. It is still kind of open, and they have asked us to play around and provide feedback if anything we see. But however, this is not licensed yet. Once it is kind of stabilized and people start making use of it, then they'll kind of ask you to purchase a license for that also. So like this, they'll the new things which I told you, right? One is OTel, and the SAP agent, SAP related agent is two things which AppDynamics has released in the past 1 or 2 years, I think.
Okay, so another question, Ravi. So let's suppose my customer is giving me API endpoints. So what I can do with AppDynamics? So I understand that you are going to make API calls, right?
No, first you need to ask what he needs. Okay, the very first thing. Okay, we will try to cover. Okay, no, let's do it. So the very first thing, whenever someone comes to your monitoring, right? Okay, not only with AppDynamics or anything. So for any monitoring solution, you need to ask them, instead of providing you. I mean, you will have to give the capabilities overview of AppDynamics also. But the very first thing you need to know is what is their pain point. Okay, where are they facing issues? Okay. Yeah, where are they facing issues? Okay, just give me 1 second, sorry. Yeah, sorry for that. So you need to understand the application team's pain point. Where are they facing the issue? Okay, then you will have to correlate and answer, I mean, with your AppDynamics knowledge, and provide a solution for them, how AppDynamics will help you on that. Okay, now say for example, I have a supercar application, right? Okay, it is being used by the end users. Okay, now there are different kinds of applications in your environment. So there are certain applications which will be internal, and there are certain applications which will be exposed to the public. Okay, now say supercar is my public application, public facing application. It can be used by anyone. Okay, anyone. Yeah. It will be a public URL I have. Now, at certain times, I am getting an error from certain people saying a supercar homepage is kind of loading slow. Okay, say for example at Friday night. Okay, every Friday night, my users are complaining this particular page is slow. Okay, so this is the pain point which is with respect to me. and my application supercar. And this is why my sales are going down to some percentage. If he gives that point also, very good. Okay. Otherwise, if he just gives this, but this is the problem statement, then how will you approach? Okay. The very first thing what you can do is you can set up the basic URL extension monitoring. Okay. And what you can do in the machine agent, we did the URL monitoring, right? Okay. I will share you those steps again. Whatever we did, we downloaded the agent from the GitHub. Okay. We built the package and we configured the URL in the extension. Okay. And then what you can do as part of that, you can monitor whether the URL is available at that particular point of time or not. It's the very first thing, basic thing that you can do. Okay. If the URL is available, then okay. Then go to the next level of deploying your APM. Okay. So URL will be available. Okay. But you can parallelly do it. Okay. You can deploy the APM to analyze whether the application is performing slow, whether the issue is from the server side or the client side. Okay. So once you deploy the APM, right, then you will see this dashboard and you can go to that particular time frame of the when the issue is occurring, and then you can see if there are any slow calls, and you can see the snapshots for that and see if actually the issue is from the application code or not. Okay, then you can pinpoint that particular way also. Now, the next thing is if you have license for your end user monitoring. Okay, what you can do, you can configure end user monitoring on your browser web pages. Okay, so what does it will do? The end user monitoring, it will do the real user monitoring basically. Okay, so you can do two things also. You can either set up synthetic monitoring or you can set up real user monitoring. Real user monitoring will be a better one because actually the actual users itself are reporting the issue. So as part of the real user monitoring, what it will do, the real user monitoring, you will kind of instrument your web pages with a JavaScript agent. Okay, it's a small snippet of code that you are going to put it into a head tag of your HTML web page. Okay, as part of that, you will start collecting the data of all the users who are using the application. Now you will go to the time frame where the actual users are facing the issue, and then you can dig into the maybe you will know, right, like from which particular region you are actually facing the issue. Okay, so you can actually filter down with respect to the region, or you can filter down with respect to a browser or something. So there you will get kind of user snapshots or user level data, whether user network is actually problematic or user browser is problematic, because sometimes the same application will not be supported in Chrome browser but supported in a Firefox browser. We saw this account.download.com itself, right? appdynamics.accounts.com. It was not being opening properly in the Edge browser, but it was opening properly in the Chrome browser. So like that, we will be able to pinpoint the issue. Okay, it's a user network issue or a user browser issue or a user system issue. And then if not, whether it is a network issue from the user to reaching our website. Okay, so this is how you need to understand the pain points of the application teams, and then you need to provide the solution.
Okay. So just an example, like, so if you take a API from Salesforce and we would like to get all the details of the logins and login failures and what are the pages they have accessed, if it is a login success, and then what are the pages they have accessed. Do we have any ability from AppDynamics to identify them using the API?
Login success and login failures from AppDynamics to Salesforce.
Login failure, who is the person? Login success, who is the person? If it's success, what are the pages he opened and what time he has opened? That
no.
Is there a capability that we can do from app?
No, capability is there. Okay, with respect to the real user monitoring itself, but you don't have access to Salesforce, no?
Yeah, only API, just only the API.
API, what it will give you? It will give you some response. Okay, it
Some
will give you
response,
some
yes.
JSON response,
JSON
right?
response. That's right. That's right.
Yeah. So if as part of the JSON response, whatever is there, that you can monitor.
Okay.
Now I am going to hit, for example, I have installed Postman here. Yeah.
Yeah, the Postman. Yeah, using the Postman, you can open that.
Yeah.
This APIs.
Correct. Let me show you that. Guys, if any of you are feeling it is off track, let me know. I'll discuss separately with Ranjit. But this is a kind of
Ravi, I
use
think
case.
just ask the other other person because
Yeah,
it could
I
be a
know. That's
different
why I'm
case.
telling. Right.
Yeah.
I can actually have a call with Ranjit and I can discuss on that. But since these kind of issues will come to you and scenarios will come to you, I'm going ahead. But let me know. So and Postman, how to use Postman? That also will be covered as part of this. I mean, if you want to query any metrics.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So this agent data you are getting from machine agent.
Mm-hmm.
Copy REST URL. Okay. So once you open the metric browser, right? Yeah. Let me come back. So in the metric browser, you have this sections. Let me explain this metric browser and I'll come to the Postman also. So that I'll cover one topic. So in this, you will have, so this metric browser will also differ when you go from application or when you open it from a server page or when you open it from a database page. So basically metric browser is the place where all the metrics related to numerical metrics, basically. Okay. All the numeric metrics will be captured. Number of calls, response time, okay, CPU utilization percentage, okay, or CPU number of not number of CPUs, okay. So these level of details will be captured, okay, in the metric browser. So the metric tree, what I'm seeing here, will be different from the application page to the database page or user experience page or server page, okay. So these all the four will be having different metric browsers. Okay, but application and servers, we can, to an extent, we can combine them. Okay, how do we do that? I have given, as part of configuring my machine agent, I have given this application here node name, right, as part of the machine agent configuration. This is kind of optional. Even if I don't give also, the data will come with respect to server visibility license is there. Okay. So if server visibility license is not there, then this data, if I am not giving, if I am giving this particular data, then I can see the server related data in the application metric browser itself. How do I see it? Okay. As you see here under application performance itself, I have created a tier called machine agent itself. All other nodes are application APM related nodes. Tier. I'm sorry. API service is a tier which is created by Java APM agent. Okay. Other than machine agent, all other are APM based tiers. Why this is also showing Java? Because machine agent is also based on Java. Okay. Don't get too much confused on that. Now, so this is how you are seeing the metric browser. Now, if you want to go ahead and see any application related metrics, go into that particular tier and then go to that particular JVM or agent. So agent is what it will give you, agent related metrics, like how far, how long it has been open, and if it is how many business transactions it has captured in that way. Okay. If I clear and if I click open availability, it will show, okay, my agent is kind of up and running from last 3 hours available. And now if I go to BTs, okay, how many BTs have been registered? Okay. So there are no metrics kind of things. Okay. So this is kind of agent related thing which you might not particularly require. Okay, only from the agent level. Now, okay, so sometimes why the data will not come, I'll tell you that also. Okay. Now I told you about machine agent, right? So all the machine agent metrics are coming under here. Okay. Only if you open here, you will be, so the problem with the metric browser is if the metric is being reported under machine agent, then it will reflect under all the tiers. Okay. So for example, yesterday I configured the URL extension, right? So we configured this URL extension under, and then I configured this to report the metrics under custom metrics. Okay. It will report it as custom metrics URL monitor. Okay. Now, only if I open it here, whether appdynamics.com is up and running or not. What happened? This is not running. Oh, sorry. I think I have reported it as under web. So yeah, this is the issue because the same metric will be seen under all the tiers, but wherever it is actually reporting, only there it will open the metric.
Oh, so did we add it under the different tier? That's why we are.
So I added under the web tier.
Okay.
Okay. So that's why it is coming under web. Okay. Or it is kind of having a correlation with the web tier. Not the adding under web tier. So web tier and this, what is this? Application machine agent, I have given the unique custody as same. So they have got correlated. So so just understand this one. Okay. Okay. So the metrics wherever I have configured, only there the data will come. Okay. So that particular tree you have to take it. Okay. If I go under the machine agent, the data will not come. Okay. So in that way, so this is one of the drawback of the metric browser. So ideally, it should not be visible under this tree at all, right? So this machine agent tree, it should not come at all if the data is not being reported here. But this will still be duplicated here. And another drawback is here you don't have the search. You will have to go through all of them. Like sometimes as a newbie, it will cause issue for you. So the moment you saw like, okay, API services is over here. Oh, I saw custom metrics. Let me open it here. Oh, it's not reporting. Okay. This issue will be faced even by me also sometimes. Okay. Even I have been using AppDynamics from past 4 years. So sometimes I will also like forget and go into a wrong tier and then go inside the wrong metric tree. Okay. So the only way to avoid is you have to be little conscious of where you are searching and then search it properly. Okay. So the same thing is shown here, but when I open the metric, it won't come. Okay. And say now you have opened it and identified it. Now, if you refresh, all these things will go back and I mean, it will whatever you have expanded, it will again collapse. It will go back to the normal state. Again, you have to keep searching. So this is just a small trick I'm telling you. Okay. So open any of the metric and only then refresh the tree. Okay. Are you getting my point? So now I have opened all these things, right? Now I am refreshing or I am changing the time frame. Okay. This metric tree is still available. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll clear it and then I'll refresh. Everything is gone. Now you have to search again. Oh, where was I? Okay, I was here. Okay. So these are all some pain points in app dynamics. Okay. Now you are seeing this particular metric. Now, this is the metric you are seeing, and for you to access this from outside app dynamics, okay, this is one way, that is making an end call. Okay, so you copy this endpoint and then you make a call. Before I do that, let me just show you. We can also export this data into an Excel. Okay, so what you can do, so this is about configuring the baselines. Okay, instead of this, I'll configure it for any what do we say, hardware. No, it's been constant 100%. I see a graph, right? Now I would like to 1 to 2 deviations for baseline. I think we need more data for this. Just a second, we will go back to another data where I have putting data from yesterday. Now I'll go to BT data. Supercar. Yeah. So with respect to last 15 days, this is the baseline. Okay. If there are 1 or 2 deviations above the baseline, only then it will show. Okay. So one standard deviation above this particular baseline, only then it will kind of show it to us. So for that, I think I'll have to take a very slow call. Yeah, so it will actually shade you. It will give you, so this is one baseline and this is second standard deviation. So this is the third standard deviation. So these transactions have gone beyond 2 standard deviations, sorry, or in 2 standard deviations. And this particular one transaction has gone beyond 3 standard deviations. Are you getting? So this is my baseline. Okay. As part of this last 15 days data, if the tool is taking, it is as part of the last 15 days of data, around 533 is the baseline value. That is 533 millisecond is kind of, you can say, consider it as an average value, which is being identified. Okay. Now, what you can do to set up the dynamic threshold, okay, now, or to understand like how many times it has deviated, the metrics have deviated from your average. So you just put your baselines over here, 1 to 2 deviations, 2 to 3 deviations. You can also show 3 to 4 deviations, okay, above your baseline. So how many times, you can see those actual values over here. What is 1 to 2, 3, what is 1 to 2 deviation? It is around 600 or 700, okay. So and third deviation is coming around 800 or 900. Okay, so how many transactions are going here, that you can kind of directly see over here. So this is another use case of your baselines and the standard deviations. Okay, and then export, I told you, right? You can export the data over here. Okay, and again, this is a little what I can say, unorthodox way of getting the data. Okay, so if I need to select the vertical column so that a little orthodox way of data will come. Okay, let me show you how it comes. Again, here also you will have to do work on getting the data in right format. Okay, so this is another pain point in App Dynamics, getting the reports. Okay, uh, very few places you have option to export it to Excel. One is in the metric browser, and second one is under the business transactions. Okay, you can export the list of business transactions. Now, say for example, you are running an application with 100 nodes. Okay, 100 servers. Okay, you have configured all the servers with your BTs. Okay, but however, if you want to get the list of all the nodes which are running with your on your application, you don't have an export option over there. Okay, so if you see here, this is how you will get the data. What is an observed value, the minimum value, maximum value, the sum of the values in that time frame, and every minute you will get it. Okay, so you will have to kind of sit and work on your reporting part as well. The other best way, what I do is I do the API calls and I prepare my own reports. I do some small kind of scripting, okay, using Python. Okay, so coming back to this metric browser, so you have these options of selecting the metrics, multiple metrics you can put it over here. Okay, and you can export it, and you can also view it with respect to the baselines. Okay, now, okay, I was saying one more thing, right? Export and yeah, business transactions. Yeah, I was telling you the tiers and nodes. So say you have 100 nodes which you have configured, right? Now you want to see all the list of nodes. You can only see it, or you can only take a screenshot. You don't have an export option over here. Okay. The other way of getting is a API endpoint is available for TSN nodes. You can call that endpoint. Okay. Now, coming back to Postman. Okay, how do you do it? New collection. Under that, new HTTP request. I'm putting a get. Okay, so this is the endpoint which I will need to monitor, or sorry, which I need to get the data from. Okay, which I have selected it from the metric browser. Okay, and then what you have to do, you have to give the authorization. What kind of authorization? Either you can get an API key or a bearer token, or you can give the basic authentication of username and password. Now, what was the username I used? Let me close that. I will cover this administration part as well. Let me try. We have an API client user, okay, but being an admin, I should have access for. So you need to use the username as Okay, username. But I think they recently removed this support. I'm just trying it out. Unauthorized. So let me create an API client. So here you can create a secret key, and here you can give the role of what this particular user can access. Okay. Save. Now this secret key you can use, or you can create a temporary token, which will expire in say 1 day. I'll make it 3 days. Okay. Regenerate. Okay. Copy this particular token and change the authentication method to bearer token. Just copy this, paste this token, send. Okay, you got the data. Now, similarly, okay, so this is how you can fetch the data from AppDynamics. Okay, I'll just copy paste it into a notepad for you to see it clearly. Are you able to see it now? So I'll do another bit of XML viewer would be better, I think.
So Ravi, one question here. So we are taking this API from AppDynamics, right? But ideally, in the case of let's suppose.
No, I'll come to your example of this one. Yeah, I'll come to that. So here I'm not monitoring anything. What I'm doing here, I'm getting the monitored data. Whatever is monitored in AppDynamics, okay, I'm monitoring that data. I want that data. Say now, for example, I need to know the response time, right? So whatever the metric I have taken now in this example, response code, right? Okay. Now under URL monitoring, I'm monitoring the AppDynamics URL. Okay, and the response code is required for me. And this particular response code, if I need it in some other place, say some other application has to be consumed, or if I need it in the form of a report, right? Then I am going to use these endpoints, consuming the monitor data from AppDynamics. You got my point?
Yeah. I got you now. I got you.
Yeah. So here I am getting the value. Okay. Sorry. My system is crying. Okay. As you see it here, the metric ID is coming, metric name, which is the metric you are able to see, and the actual path and the actual value. So these are all the values that you are getting. Okay. Now the response code is actually 200. The minimum value is also 200, maximum value is 200, and the current value is also 200. And how many times it was. So this is what you will get the data. And this data you can convert it into your required format for your purpose. Like if you want to a report, right, for the last 10 days of monitoring, if you want the response code. So you have to make calls for last 10 days in your frequent intervals. Okay. So in this, actually, this will itself take a lot of time. So this URL is there, right? Endpoint. Here you can specify the time over here. Okay. Before now, the time of type, okay, and duration in minutes. I am taking for last 4 hours, right? Okay. So if I need the data for last 2 hours, I need to change this particular time. Or if I need the data for a particular time frame, I need to change the type. So this you can refer it in the documentation. I'll give you the link for the documentation of API. So there, if you go, you will be able to see like how you want to query the APIs, for AppDynamics APIs which are exposed for your required purpose. Okay, so you can use your APIs.
Like, integrating with any analytics tool or something.
You can integrate if you want with any other analytics tools also. Yeah, for example, if you want to plot this graph in your Grafana, okay, you can do it, or Power BI. You can use these APIs.
Okay.
And for another way, another reason for using APIs is if you want to create health rules. Say, for example, you have 100 health rules that has to be created. You can't sit and create them manually, right? So there is an endpoint which is provided where you can send do a post request, okay, and you can send the health rule itself as a payload, okay, and you can script it down. So I have in my organization, I have an requirement for doing this, so I have created a script for that, creating the health rules. Okay, so like that you can use the Postman for and the export APIs from AppDynamics. Now, okay, coming back to your SAP requirement, where your SAP has exposed an API, okay, and then you are going to query that API and monitor it, right? Two things you can monitor. You can monitor the availability of that endpoint, okay, whether that endpoint is available or not. That is of not much use to you because SAP will manage that, okay, if that endpoint, whether endpoint is available or not, right? Another thing is you query that endpoint like this using a Postman or some script, okay, and you will get the data, right? Now, for example, you have an endpoint, you ask me like the number of users who are accessing the login page, okay? If that particular endpoint is providing the data, okay, like this, it will either come in XML or JSON, okay? Well, it depends on how they have exposed it, okay? So if it comes, say, for example, in XML itself, now if it comes like users and the number, okay, if it comes, then you can monitor it. You can put this particular thing like in the same format, okay? I'll show you that. Now in your use case, you write a script to print the data under custom monitors, under SAP, under login, okay, users, comma, value is equal to whatever the variable. Say you are writing some shell script for this. Okay, if you are printing the output in this format, right, then it will come and sit in your metric browser in the same structure. Okay, you will get it here, web, okay, custom metrics. Under custom metrics, you will see instead of URL monitor, you will see SAP. Under SAP, you will see login. Under login, you will see another metric called under users, and once you click users, the value will come out. This is how you can monitor using endpoint API. Otherwise, you can monitor the response code of that, I mean, availability of that API. That is what you can do, okay, if they have exposed it. Got it? Did I answer?
Yeah, got it, right.
Okay.
But ideally creation, I mean, creating the scripts and all these things are, again, there are certain limitations on AppDynamics.
Correct.
These are not, see, ideally any customer or anybody don't expect you to do all manual things and give it to him.
That's why I'm saying like you can put it in your URL monitor and you can do it. But in API monitoring in the sense, so whenever API monitoring comes, usually you are monitoring the availability of that API. Okay, you are not monitoring whether that whatever the API data is providing. Okay, whatever the response code that is provided by API. And again, there are tools which support that also, but AppD is not the one.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Yeah. So now as part of this, we have covered this metric browser. Okay. Let me know if you have any queries with the metric browser. And let me show like here administration. We have two kinds. One is the local account, okay, which is under AppDynamics. Okay. Now you can create an account over here, which will be a local account. Earlier, this was not applicable. Okay, you need to have a valid user for, sorry, valid email ID for getting an access. Now this is compulsory. You would have just given the name. You would have earlier it was like you can only create the username and password. Now they have changed this. Okay, you have to give the user name of the user and create a valid email address and give the particular role for that particular user. Okay, so if you hover the icon, or if you I think you have that in the role section. Okay, so these are the default roles that are provided, okay, by the AppDynamics itself. You can select the specific role. Accordingly, permissions will be granted for that user. So basically, they have created admin users and the viewer users for the specific modules which are available. Okay, admin users will have the permissions to do everything. Viewer users will only be able to view it. Okay. Now we have something called as groups also, where you can create the group and you can add that particular user to a certain group. Okay. You don't have to give the specific role for that. So if you add it into him a particular group, automatically he will be getting the permissions, whatever is been provided for the in that group. Okay. Now, another thing is under authentication provider, you can have the integration with either LDAP or SAML. Okay. So here they have done the SAML integration. It's very simple. You give the endpoint of your SAML. So if you check with your SAML admin, they will give you the endpoint. Okay. What will be the login method? Okay. And you just give the logout URL as well. These details will be provided by your SAML admin. Okay. And then if required, you can do the mapping as well. Otherwise, it will take the automatic mapping. And then you have to give the roles mapping from your SAML groups. Say you have created admin, supercar admin as a SAML admin. Then you create a, what is the role that needs to be assigned for the SAML group. So that needs to be mapped over here. So you just have to provide that here. Okay. So for example, so for account, these are all the roles that can be mapped by default for this particular user. So I haven't
ideally, what type of users would be there, Ravi? And in general, like,
okay,
we
so
see
in
many over there, but in your experience, you have seen users, right? Different types of users.
So main people, the very first thing would be admins, AppDynamics admins who manage end-to-end application AppDynamics, right? So configuration, everything. So they will have the complete access. Now the next stage will come to people who consume the events, right? So like service desk or we call that operations team, right? So who actually see the events. For them, we need to give access to all the applications, but kind of read access. Okay. We can also manage the access to the groups, right? So you can restrict the access to certain level of applications. So if you have, say, I take the example of banking, right? Personal banking, corporate banking. So all the personal banking applications, I can give only to the personal application team. I can give access only to the personal banking apps. Okay, so application developers or anyone who belong to a personal banking team, I can give only to personal banking applications. I can restrict that. However, with respect to service desk or operations, they are the ones who will support everything, right, for the organization. For them, give access to all the applications, okay, but to only with respect to relevant permissions for viewing everything. That is for definitely. And you can restrict the access only to certain things like maybe taking couple of adding certain health rules or disabling certain health rules, okay, or modifying certain health rules. Only those things that you can provide. But with respect to modifying the configurations and creating transaction rules, those things you should not be allowing, because that will kind of hamper your business transaction discovery and etc. And next thing is your application teams who actually consume the data. For all of them, just give the viewer access. Usually 4 roles are enough for you guys. I mean, that is what I have seen. So most of them will be having need access only to view the data. So they don't need to do any changes. So they should come to you. And it also depends on how the organization works. So in some cases, there won't be app dynamics admins at all. So that will be managed by the SRE or the operations team itself. Okay. And you have the integrations also that can be managed here. Data correlation that you need to enable it. Yeah, so this is with respect to administration. Okay, API client, you create an API client. Okay, for as we saw here, you need to create it for API thing, and the token also, it will expire maximum in 30 days. Okay, so another way is to create a user. I mean, but this has a conflict actually, because you need to have a valid email ID, right? So there's one more thing, and sometimes it doesn't work as well. I mean, I think that's actually disabled. So groups and roles, you can create it according to your requirement. Okay. Then yeah, we got a little deviated, but we covered administration and metric browser as well.
Ravi, I have a quick question here. So one more question is, so let's suppose I installed in one of the Windows servers or any Linux servers or anything. I install a machine agent and app agents, and day by day the versions of these agents are being updated, right? So we get a new versions. So
Yeah.
does AppD has a facility where we can see, hey, your agent is running an outdated version, so it couldn't give all the metrics, or it can give something.
Yeah.
And
so here we have this agents tab. Okay, in the settings, app dynamics agents is there. Here you will see all the agents. Okay, with respect to the version, everything you will see here.
so I understand you are able to see the right now. So we have installed everything on many of the production servers. So how would you maintain that? And I know the pros and cons are like, you cannot suddenly go and restart the production. So what would be the ideal way to do this? So if you want to upgrade the version, so are you going to push it from here, or are you going to go there and manually install the agent again?
You don't have an option to push it here as of now.
Okay, so you have to go there and you have to install.
Right. So they have been seeing it's under their pipeline, where they can bring up this mechanism of pushing the agent directly from the tool, but it's still not there. Okay, you will have to do it manually.
So my next question is, so okay, I understood that there is no latest version, is they're not using the latest version. So I have to go to the application team and I have to mention them, hey, you are running out of date version, and we are not able to get some of the metrics. And again, I need to take the downtime for them and again go and update the servers. Is that something we have to do again?
Yes, that's the one way. But before that, test out the new version and lower environment. That is first thing. And then once it is tested, what you can do is you can coincide it with your application's packing cycle. Like usually there will be the application servers will be patched every month, right? So that in that time you can go ahead and get your machine agent also upgraded. So that's what we do. I mean, if the application team, usually they'll not be ready to get it restarted for upgrades, right? Or for any configuration changes. So Even for configuring the application agent also, we do it in their maintenance windows.
So you are going to use anything like this Chef or Puppet and
Yeah, you can use that also. You can use a big fix or those things also. You can use it for upgrading the agents, or you can see. Usually, application teams will itself do it. Again, I say it depends on organization, right? So you can use those scripting pushing tools also. Depending on the scale, I mean, if and depending on how organization works. In our organization, either we do like the app dynamics specialists or monitoring admins, or the application team itself, whoever actually have access to the production servers, the operations team or the applications team, they do.
Okay.
So there are some drawbacks when you compare app dynamics with other tools. This is one of them as well, like maintaining the configurations. You will have to do it manually.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah. Coming to
It's like,
if it is a Dynatrace, it's something different on a different level.
I know, but still, I think app dynamics is still the market leader, is what I heard. I don't know. They have maintained some, and some people do have reluctance to use app dynamics because it gives more data than what they need. I recently heard a project where they moved back to micro focus tools from app dynamics because they were getting too much data. What they don't need they don't need all the data, so they just needed basic monitoring. So
Okay, what is a micro focus? Is there any tool from
HP?
Yeah,
HP
HP, I
monitoring
know.
tools. HP tools, everything was taken over by Micro Focus. Now they
Micro
are
focus,
renowned by
yeah.
Micro
But
Focus. Yeah.
which tool are you mentioning in that APM?
Site APM itself is one tool, and there is SiteScope, there is OBM, OBI.
Okay.
Yeah, and diagnostics is one tool.
Yeah,
so
because when I was on ArcSite actually long back, and when Micro Focus was about to take over, I moved on to the Splunk.
Okay, good. Yeah, Splunk is also a very good tool.
Yeah, it has many things, but again,
Its own drawbacks.
it all depends on organization and what we are trying to achieve.
Correct. Yeah, let's come back to the topic. Yeah, okay. Now I think where were we? Yeah, this is done. So thread state analysis, we'll see this. I mean, so basically, here you will be able to, in the transaction snapshot site, you will be seeing the complete details of the code trace, right? So there you will be able to understand the thread state as well. So that's what it is all about. And just open snapshot. Oh. So this is the complete detail of your thread. Okay, how much block time it was there. Like this, you will get the complete detail of your until your thread level as well. That's what it meant. So there was some block wait time over here. Okay. So you will be seeing the individual details of that thread. So this is what it was about, which we kind of saw it already. Okay. So I'm just kind of skipping that part. So these are all the states that you'll be monitoring. Okay. The actual wait state could be as a result of any of the following: thread.sleep, wait, join. I mean, these are all again related to the application technologies or development related. Yeah, let's come back to data collectors. Okay, so data collectors, meaning the name itself says we need to collect some data, okay, which is flowing through the application. Okay, how we can collect the data, what are all the kinds of data that we can collect is what we are going to see here. Okay, how this particular collected data will be shown in the snapshot. You will not be seeing it as a metric data. Okay, so it will be a part of a snapshot. Say now, for example, I told you right in a supercar example, if I give, okay, in terms of inquiry, if I give a particular kind of not in inquiry, I think, yeah, submit, it won't take it, I think, or not here. So I think in cell, yeah, over here, if I give here in the text format, right? Okay, it won't take it. Now, so for example, see this, I got some exception. Okay, now as part of this, okay, for example, my users are facing this particular issue. Okay, they are complaining saying my cell transaction or cell enquiries or cell details are not being submitted. Now I'll go ahead and see, okay, but as part of BTs, what I'll see, I'll only see this particular cell.do transaction is kind of failing, or there are many errors or exceptions with respect to this transaction. Why it is happening, I'll not be able to identify. Okay, but however, I have pinpointed that cell is not kind of working properly, right? So why it is not properly working, I can see by configuring the data collectors to see like, okay, this particular year has to be a numeric data. It cannot be a string data, right? So I mean, I don't have actually access to this code. Okay, so I'll not be able to configure this in our lab. But however, I'm just giving you an example of how we can configure this data collector to see, okay, if as part of the snapshots, okay, we have collected the snapshots also. But however, we will not be able to see the actual parameter of data that is being passed by the user, right? So if we configure data collectors in under the data collector section, we can see that particular data over here. Okay, how do we do that? Okay, we can, what are all the kinds of data that can be viewed? Okay, collect data displayed as a string. Okay, that is what will be obtained, only string. Can include application code, arguments, return values, and data chain. When I say application code arguments, okay, as part of the application code, you will be passing certain arguments, right? So for example, if I am using a function called cell, okay, of I am passing a car name as my argument. Whenever I call this function and I am doing some code over here, okay, but I am passing a argument over here. Okay. Okay. Whenever I'm invoking this particular cell function, I am passing this particular car name as argument. This particular car name can be read. Okay. And also, if I'm invoking this function, okay, from say my home page, home dot, I'm just using this syntax might be incorrect. Okay. Okay. And I'm returning the value of say 0 or 1. Or I'm say returning a string of yes. Okay, whether it can be sold or not, something like that. Okay, now X will be getting the return value yes, right? Or it might be after some code, you will be returning it as no. Okay, in maybe it's an else section, I can say. Okay, so here I am returning either yes or no. Okay, so that will be saved in my X. Okay, so whatever, or basically whatever is being returned to this particular variable, even this particular data can be read and stored in the data collectors. Okay, and one more thing is getter chain. So there are instances where you are going to do, like for example, X is equal to get of car name. Okay, and then when you invoke this method of get dot car name, right? So under get of car name method, again you are going to call another method called get of model for that particular car name dot model. So you are invoking another method which will go to another method which will do another computation and then send you the model, return model, right? So like this. So this particular getter chain data can also be included as part of your data collectors. Okay. So when you configure this, right, the agent actually reads the values of these parameters or the return values and then puts it into the appropriate business transaction snapshots. Okay. Displays the information in a tab in the transaction snapshot details. Okay. It can be a data security risk. Okay. Please remember, this can be a data security risk. So configuring the data collectors can read the user sensitive information also. There is an option to, there is a possibility to read the data as well. Like for example, if credit card data is being passed, or if some passwords are being passed, or some user personal data information is being passed, even that can be read using the data collectors. So whenever you are configuring these data collectors, sit with your application teams who know the actual code and then get relevant approvals before actually configuring them, and then actually go ahead and do it. Okay. Now, what are all the kinds of data collectors? One is method invocation and then HTTP request collectors. The very first thing is method invocation. What is method invocation? When a certain method is being invoked or being called. So for example, I am invoking the call called self. On this particular invoking this particular call, okay, I am able to read the arguments of that data which are being passed, like the car name or the return values or the variables. Okay, car name, or I am, for example, and I am also passing the model year or purchase year. Say for example, this is another variable or parameter I am passing. Or inside my code, I am using another variable called where year of purchase. I am saving this in this code. Okay, I can read the variable data of this particular variable also. Okay, so these particular three data can be read using method invocation data collectors. What is the HTTP request collectors? So as part of the URL, whatever the parameters that are being passed, or whatever the headers, cookies, and the session objects, those things can be read. So in, for example, in our, okay, I deleted that. Okay. So I am passing, okay, metric path as a parameter, okay, in my URL. This particular value can be read, okay, and I am also passing, I think I'll be passing the time frame, okay. So these parameters that are being passed as part of the URL. Okay, those details can be read in the HTTP request data collectors, and also headers and cookies and session objects. Those details can also be read. So I think you guys might feel like, okay, these are all too kind of technical. No, just go through the details of like what are all the components of a HTTP request. You will understand. These are all very simple things, okay, and very uh, easy to understand. So just go through them. You will be able to understand. So these are all not very in-depth technical things where only a developer will understand or something like that. No. Okay. Data collectors use case. What is the use case? I gave you the example of our supercar. So here they have another use case where the bill payments business transaction is experiencing errors. You can set up a data collectors to extract the business information like type of the card or the amount and why it is kind of failing. Say, for example, in our payment methods, UPI payments, which you guys, all of you are aware of, has a restriction of 1 lakh per day. Okay. Now users are doing more than 1 lakh transactions, and that's why kind of the UPI transactions are failing. Now what you can do, you can set up a data collector for the payment amount. Okay. And then you will be able to read the data collector whenever the data collector is kind of what do I say? Like it's kind of beyond 1 lakh, then you can kind of set up, display some message in the user website itself. Okay, please decrease the amount. First you need to identify whether it is the payment issue or the type of card issue, what kind of payment it is. So for that, you will need to read some data that is being passed. After that, you can take a action to resolve that particular issue. Okay. So a customer was getting random errors in an API call. So further investigation revealed that required fields were not being validated. So as I told you, right, in our case of supercar, this field was not being validated. So now I found out that, okay, users are passing string data in case of numeric data. What I will do, I will not take the submit action itself. Okay, I will do a form validation over here where if I click submit, if this particular data is not numeric, then I am not going to pass the request to my server at all. Okay, I will throw in an error here itself in the page saying, okay, please change the year to number. Okay, then the user will change that and then he will click the submit action. Okay. Then again, I think we saw this, the node level metrics, the node level dashboards, what all we can see. Okay. So one thing which I think I haven't shown is under tiers and nodes, we can also see the memory level health. Okay. So here you are going to see the health of the that particular tier or node. Now I have switched to the tier and node, both view. Okay, this is the name of the node and this is the name of the tier. Okay, health of the node I am seeing and which particular agent is up or running and which particular one is down and the agent versions and the JVM restart. Now, if you switch to the another view like hardware, so here you will see the hardware metrics. Okay, but only you will see for the one agent, which is the machine agent, which is configured. Okay, you will see the CPU, memory, disk utilization averages, and if you have configured for other nodes also, anyway, all of them are hosted on this particular node itself. And another one is the Java, where you will see the data for all of them except node 2. Okay, so the JVM percentage utilization, maximum heap utilization. Okay, so this is about the memory allocation of the Java. Okay. So this is another view where you will be able to see all those details. So this memory management, okay. Before I go here, uh, how I mean, all three of you, how much you understand about this memory allocation and garbage collection with respect to Java? Are you guys just heard of it, or do you guys know in-depth understanding?
Ravi, I need more information on garbage collection. That's something I thought of bringing up to you, but anyway, you are going to cover it soon.
Yeah. Okay. And yeah. So, but
Okay.
I need to know
Two
what you
things
are.
I want to
Mhm.
two things I want to know. One is for Java application and .NET application. I do see for Java applications, I can see this garbage collection. What do you call GC?
GC.
Something. Yeah. But for .NET applications, why don't it show this garbage collection? Is it not applicable to them?
I think it is applicable there also. .NET technologies also, you have this memory related metrics. It's called, in Java you call it as JVM. In .NET it's called CLR.
Okay.
Okay.
But I have seen
So
many of the applications which are .NET.
if you don't see it here, no. Okay, you can go to that particular node and you have this memory tab. Okay. Under memory tab, you should be seeing.
Garbage collection suspension time. So the thing is, when I see, I mean, not on AppD, but on other tool, when I see garbage collection suspension time, it's been shown on Java applications, but .NET applications, I haven't seen many, but maybe you might give
I'll
some
check and
more
update
insight.
you on that then.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
GC suspension. Okay. Okay, so do you understand garbage collection and all? What it means? See, the reason I'm asking is I'll be covering this tomorrow. Okay. And I would like to.
Yeah, it's better like if you can explain,
In
Ravi, like
detail.
maybe tomorrow. Yeah, in detail,
Yeah.
because sometimes we might be, we can try to understand, but the thing is, it will be very clear if you can explain.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. How about Deepak and Dibanshu? You guys are quite silent. What's your level of understanding, so that I'll start with kind of in detail.
Understanding with respect to Ravi?
Garbage collection and memory management in Java or .NET.
Okay. Yeah, I'm completely aware.
Okay. I think that's Dibanshu, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Deepak? Okay. I'll give you the overview and then give you the details. Done. Now, next thing, I'll skip these slides, okay, and then I'll go back. So yeah, the only thing I just wanted to show in the overview was like you will be able to see all the memory management related metrics, like the heap memory that has been allocated, okay, and then how the utilization is, and how the garbage collection time is, okay, what is the time that is being consumed for doing the garbage collection, and then the last about the memory pools, how their utilizations are. Okay, so this is what the metrics that you will be seeing. Okay. Okay, memory management. Monitoring the health of your application. Okay, now we will come to the service endpoints and information points. Okay, now service endpoint is something which is completely similar to the business transaction. Okay, now what is the difference between a business transaction and service endpoint is business transaction will have the complete transaction detail. Like it will if it is flowing through multiple tiers, right, it will capture the complete data. But in case of service endpoint, it's only one endpoint. As the name itself suggests, it will be looking in respect to the transaction of, the details of a particular one endpoint. That is, for example, I have opened this supercar/card.do. Okay, only this particular endpoint metrics will be displayed over here. That's all. Okay. So you will be, for example, you don't have, there might be cases where you would like to focus on a particular service or a particular endpoint kind of, a particular endpoint where you want to concentrate on that particular service monitoring metric. So in those cases, you will use the service endpoint. So even the service endpoints will be automatically detected by the what do I say, business transaction detection rules itself, or the the APM agent itself, with the help of the service endpoint detection rules, okay, which are similar to business transaction rules. Okay, and also you will have the metrics, but if you are not seeing them, only then you can use the custom detection rules to configure the service endpoints, okay, for the ones which you are not able to see. Okay, so for business transactions and service endpoints, both are in the similar way. Okay, if you are not seeing something, then you will have to identify and then configure the detection rules, okay, to identify them. Okay, the common points is like you will also have the snapshots for these particular service endpoints, okay, which will go back to the transaction snapshot of, business transaction snapshot itself. Okay. So a business transaction offers a view of application performance that cuts across the environment. So in case of our supercar application, right, if I do a transaction from the action car.execute, it might do a call to inventory service, and inventory service might do a database call. Okay. So, but in case of service endpoints, either I'll stop at inventory or I'll stop at the database. Okay. So that will be my last, focus point of the monitoring. Okay. Another way of viewing the application performance focuses on the performance of a particular service independent of the business transaction. Okay. We took the example like BTs. Service endpoints also give you performance indicators, metrics, and snapshots. However, they provide the information exclusively in the context of the service. Okay. There won't be separate snapshots that will be captured only for the service endpoints. Okay. But the snapshots that are already captured for the BTs, that will be kind of pointed out from the snapshots. Okay. When I open the snapshot over here, right, it directly came to the drill down view of this particular API service directly. Okay. So this is a snapshot for that particular API service. It did not come to the business transaction view of the action car.execute. Okay. So it directly, so in case of, so as you can see here, in case of BT, the API service will call the inquiry, inquiry will call the DB. So this is the complete flow. But in case of API service, I am worried only about the API service node. That's all. Okay. So you are kind of restricted to the one particular endpoint. Service endpoints do not track downstream activity. As I told you over here, I mean, I am just restricting it to only one place. And so there are no flow maps, no snapshots, though they may be featured in a BT snapshot. As I mentioned, they will be kind of included in a BT snapshot itself. Information points. Okay. Information point is another concept which is similar to data collectors. Okay. However, but it will fetch the data and it will show it will be stored in the metric browser. Okay. And information points, what is the difference is here you can only capture the numeric values. Here you will not be able to capture the string data. Okay. In data collectors, you will be able to capture the string data also, and that was getting captured as part of the snapshot. But information points, it will come and sit in the metric browser. Okay. So how do we use it and what are all the, how do we configure it? We will see it here. Used to instrument a method and capture numeric information like the system metrics or custom metrics. They have no dependence on BTs, but can be invoked by one or more BTs and capture data from the BT context. Okay. Now they fall into two categories. One is system metrics and the custom metrics. Code metrics evaluate how a method is performing across the application. Business metrics, also called custom metrics, evaluate data from a method's parameters or return values or anything that could be come in a getter chain. Okay. Custom metrics are aggregated, either averaged or summed. Now, system metrics means, for example, now you are seeing, okay, how the BT is performing or how the particular application is performing. Now, for example, in my supercar, I told you insurance or sorry, sell and which was another one, sell and inquire are my prominent applications. Okay, sorry, prominent business transactions, which are very important for me. Now I know how many people are using this or how many times this is kind of being invoked by looking at the BTs, right? Now I need to know the method level performance data. Okay, I have the business transaction performance level data. When I go into business transaction, I see the calls and I see the response times and I see, okay, this is the one which is kind of being used majorly. Okay, action cell and cell. Okay, so this is my important one. Now under cell, I would like to understand which particular method is kind of being invoked in a more number of times, I mean to say. Okay, so this is where information points will help me and help me to configure the information point to see how many times a particular method is being invoked, and I can see the method level performance data. Okay, so coming back to here, for example, if you set up an information point to get metrics about a particular method invocation, such as credit card authentication, anytime that authentication method is invoked, your information point is triggered. Okay, so you would like to see how your, for example, you have different types of credit card authentication, UPI and sorry, I mean to say payment, not credit card authentication. You payment. One is credit card, one is debit card, one is UPI, and another one is wallet, like that, right? So you would like to, your code will be designed in such a way to invoke certain methods when you are going to access those kind of authentication methods, right? So you would like to know which particular authentication, payment method is kind of invoked more. For that, you can set up an information point for those particular methods and you can get that particular data displayed in the information points. Okay, examples, how many times a method was executed, how long did it take to execute on an average? Are there, say, in terms of system metrics, right? Sorry, custom metrics, right? These business related metrics where, for example, what was the average amount that was used to for in the payment? Okay, so what it will do, it will collect all the payment amount information, and then it will do an aggregate, and then it will either give the sum value or the average value. In case of this, what is the average value of the credit card total that was used in my application? So this is kind of used, it can be used as an analytical information for your application specific use cases. Okay. So how many credit cards did my application process in a certain time period? What was the average time spent processing a card transaction? Okay. So here also you need to have your code level information for you to configure. Okay. You don't have to understand the code. You just sit with your developer. Okay. And ask him what is the data that he needs. And then you just have to provide the details and then configure it. That's all is needed over here. Okay. A company has two separate credit card validation business transactions. They wanted to track the total number of credit card validation across the organization. So what did they do? They set up information point to collect and aggregate information beyond the context of the single business transaction. Okay. So they did set up an information point, and then they got the data of which particular credit card or the what do you call that which validation was being used. Now we saw that, right? So how both are different. The data collectors, they will collect the string data. Information points will collect only the numeric data, and both of them will fetch the information, can fetch the information from the method as a method parameter or the return values, but only the numeric information will be captured in by the information point. And data collectors will go and place the data in a business transaction, but information point will put the data in the metric browser. Okay. And you can aggregate and do some computations on these particular information points, like doing the average or calculating the sum. But in case of data collectors, you will not be able to do it. Information points can collect the information outside the context of BTs. They can also capture data across several business transactions. Yes, true. Okay, any queries until now? Service endpoints, information points, data collectors. Okay, so these are all kind of advanced use cases that you can use in your environments whenever certain issues pop up. You just have to kind of think over and then help your application teams to solve the problems. If not, we can take a break now, very quick break, or how do you guys suggest? I think at least 15 minutes break is required for me. And then we can complete the alert and respond model instead of going at one shot until 10 o'clock. Okay. Do you guys need a bigger break, like 30 minutes, or a 20-minute, 15-20-minute break is enough? Guys?
Yeah, Ravi.
Let's take.
You can take break like 5 to 10 minutes, whatever. Everyone, even accordingly, others also take.
Yeah, we'll take at least some 15 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine, Ravi. No problem. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Yeah, we'll come back around 9:15 to 9:20. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we have discussed various topics, right? Now we will discuss on like how the very first uh, stage of monitoring is done, like capturing the data. So we have taken all the data and we are monitoring the data, and we are seeing whether the systems are up and down or how they're performing, whether they're performing slow or not. Now, how do we react to it, or how do we measure whether they're performing well or not? So uh, some thresholds we have set with respect to business transactions and transaction snapshots, but with respect to other metrics and what actions we need to take in case of those transactions are breached, will be covering in the rest of the module called alert and respond model. Okay. So over here, what we are going to do is we have two things. One is the very first part is the alerting part, and then the response part. So the alerting part will be having the configuration of health rules, and the health rule events will be triggered as part of the alerting part. And then the response model will be configured as part of the policy and the action. Okay. So these are the two things which will be which we will be defining. And then these alerting and responding, we can configure at the custom application level, and also at the custom, for every individual application, we can define a separate set of rules, separate set of policies and the actions. Okay. Similarly, we can set up different health rules and policies for user experience also, on databases also, and the server's data as well. Okay. So this will not be across the controller. It can be customized under different modules. Okay. Now I'll go to the alert and response model in the application.
So Ravi, one quick question.
So
So we are right now monitoring the Supercar this application, right? But so we also have I don't remember because it's been a long time. There is a website where we can get all these this open source applications actually. I have long back I have tried it, but I don't know. Maybe if I can get that, probably we can instrument it and try to see just like the supercars.
Okay. What kind of application is that? Is it movie stream?
No, not movie stream. It is one like you have a hotel application. You have there are many applications, not just it is an open consortium where we get so let's suppose your requirement is a hotel or a flight or anything. They already built everything. The only thing is probably you could if there are any UI programmers or anyone, they can just go and make little bit changes and then
use
they
that
can make use of it.
Okay. Yeah.
I forgot it actually because I mean this is also good, but we can try in different ways, right?
Yeah, we can do that. But the only thing is, it should not happen like the last week, right? So we shouldn't spend more time there.
Yeah. That's what. No.
We will
I don't
cover
want
it first.
I don't want you to do that because it will waste a lot of time in fixing the issues. No. I don't want you to do that. But if you remember
share me
anything
the
like that,
thing. Yeah, you share me the application name if you get it.
yeah,
So
I'm trying to get it because it's been long back, like 6 or 7 years ago. So maybe if I can get that, I'll share with you. I mean, again, it's not a part that you should run that application and show us, but
Okay.
It would be helpful if you know anything like that. I don't
Yeah, I
remember
mean,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, the thing is like, the time is short, right? So that's why we take
Just
one
go with this
application
one. This is fine. This is
and
fine.
too much
You can go
concepts
with
are
this.
there. Too many concepts are
Yeah.
there.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay. So, yeah, this is with respect to alert and response model, right? So, and then all these three pieces, alerting, policy, and action, we'll have to configure it. Now, I'll just see if there is anything in slides. Otherwise, I will directly go ahead and show you what we'll have to do. So, reports metrics for monitoring systems, the APM QA provides graphs and helps to visualize. Okay. So, metric browser I already showed you, and we discussed about that. Yeah, baselines. Okay, anyway, we'll come back. So I think the details are there in another PPT. That's fine. We don't need it much anyway. So there are four things here basically. We most of them use the first three things, and if required, we can use the templates of these particular uh, configurations. Okay. Now, the very first one is the health rule. Okay. So basically, they will have default set of health rules that will be configured and provided in the uh, App Dynamics by default. For any application that you create, these default health rules will be automatically created. So let's take an example of OS level 1 health rule and one BT level health rule. We will take and see it. Okay. So for CPU utilization is high. Okay. Now this is one of the health rule that we would be interested in. Okay. So these are the things which which we have to provide. Those things we'll discuss whatever the important things are. So the very first thing is the name. So you should also always give the name of a health rule, which will be self-explanatory. Okay. So CPU utilization is too high. So that means you are already saying the CPU utilization of a particular server is high. Which server is high, that you will be seeing in the description of the event that you will be sent. The reason I am saying it has to be self-explanatory because this is the name that will be used in the event that will be sent across, whether it is your email or any third-party integration that you are going to do with your tool. Okay. So,
So,
for example, if
Ravi,
you're
quick question here. So, CPU utilization is high in the sense like where is the clamp? Like, is it utilized 90% or it is utilizing 80%?
right. We will come to that. We'll come to that.
Okay.
So if you want, you can mention that also. Like CPU utilization is beyond 90% or 80% based on the value. But right now, I am saying this name has to be self-explanatory. Okay. So the overview section will give you these things. The very first thing, you have to provide the name, whether it needs to be enabled or disabled. And also you can enable or disable during certain set of time. Okay. For example, you don't want this particular rule to be enabled during certain period. In case of CPU utilization, say some job, in my personal experience, one antivirus software is there, which will run for around 30 minutes or half an hour. During that time, CPU memory spike utilization will go up for sure. Okay. So, but however, the server will be okay, and then it will come back to normal after that. So I know that there will be spike during that particular period of time. So what I'll do, I can select that particular period, and then I can disable that also. Okay. In manage section, I can enable or I can disable or I can add. If I want, this is only for the period where I want to enable it. For disabling, we have some another window called maintenance window. There we can add that particular period. Okay. Now this is the only time I need this health rule to be enabled. If you want to keep it that way, or if you want to be enabled always, you can put it always. Next thing is what period data you want to use for this particular health rule to be evaluated. Now you want to use it for last 20-minute period data. Okay. Or I want to use last 5 minutes data. Here you can only provide up to 2 hours of data. Okay. So this is one of the limitation also I can say, because sometimes you will be reporting a metric only once in a day or twice in a day. Okay, in those cases, you have to use the last 1 day data or 2 days data, right? So in those cases, this will not be of much help. Okay, no issues. So this is another metric on what period of data this particular health rule should be evaluated. Now I'll say last 10 minutes, or to see the event, I'll further decrease it to 5 minutes. Okay. Now wait time after violation. Once the violation is done, okay, how long I have to wait to check again? Okay, I saw 5 minutes, the CPU was has gone up. Okay, and then again to check it back, how long I have to check? How long I have to wait to do another check and then bring the status back to normal or continue the status to violation. Okay, so this is the second period. Ideally, you can give both of them same time. Okay, because if you are using the last 5 minutes of data, then in the next check also you should use the 5 minutes of data itself ideally, or at least 10 minutes of data. You should not increase it too much. Okay, or you can also do one more thing. Once you have seen the spike, you may have to check frequently. Like after I have seen, say initially it was 20 minutes, right? So once you have selected for example, you have seen selected 20 minutes of data, and then in 20 minutes of data, you have seen one spike, and then that means the health rule has triggered, the threshold has breached. Now you have to check every 5 minutes or every 2 minutes whether it has come back to normal or not. Okay, what this will do is after rechecking, it will keep sending the continuous event. Okay, so after 20 minutes, again in the next, if I select this as 5 minutes, once the health rule has breached, in the next 5 minutes, again it will check whether it has come back to normal or not. If it has come back to normal, it will send a clear event. Otherwise, it will send a continuous event saying the health rule is still in the breach status, the CPU utilization is still high. Okay, so these are the two fields that you have to understand in the overview. Next, affected entities. So where this health rule has to be applicable to. Now, in case of CPU utilization, it should be on my tier or node basically, or you can directly go into the server section. Since the server section, the metrics are not being reported, I'll directly go into the tier or node health where the CPU heap disk utilization metrics are provided. Okay, and again on top of this, on which particular nodes this particular health rule should be applied to. So you are specifying the scope actually. Okay, my health rule should be applicable for all the nodes or to any specific nodes or any nodes within specific tiers, something like that. Okay, in case of mine, I'll mention web or machine agent. Okay, wherever the node is being reported. I think it is being reported in the web, so let's keep it in web. Okay, now all the nodes within this one, or you can directly specify the actual node also. Okay, now we have node 2, which is actually reporting. Next, yeah, I have changed it to tier web, so that's why it is coming like that. Next is the critical criteria. Yeah, this is where you are going to give the actual condition. Okay, now what is the condition? First you have to select the metric. Okay, what is the metric that has to be evaluated? CPU percentage busy, CPU idle time, CPU stolen time, or CPU system time. Okay, but however, CPU percentage busy, that means utilization part is the one which I need. Or you can specify the relative path of the metric, okay, which you can fetch it from the metric browser. I'll show you that. Okay, let's select the busy. Select metric, and then here you have the conditions. Another drawback here is there is no equal to condition. For example, so in some cases you are going to evaluate the status, not the numeric metric value. For example, if you have deployed a process monitoring where you are going to monitor the status of the process, whether it is running or stalled, okay, or whether it is exited or killed. Okay, so you will have a code for each individual status of the metric, right? So you will want to monitor if the process kind of exits, okay, or you will also want to monitor not equal to. If the process is not in running state, then send a alert. Okay, though those configurations can't be done. Okay, however, it can be done in a different way. Now I'll complete this and I'll show you that. So here either you can specific with respect to baseline, okay, or with respect to the absolute values. Okay, specify the absolute value. Okay, and the next thing is how many times you are going to check regarding the violation. Okay, now I have selected 20 minutes time. In that, okay, you already know every minute the metric data will be reported by AppDynamics. Okay, so in 20 minutes, how many violations should occur? That means how many minutes of violation should occur basically. Okay, that means sometimes what will happen, I told you, right? Some spikes will be there. Only for some utilization, one spike will come and then it will go back to 95% or 99% and then it will come back to normal. So we also saw, right, when I used my browser, my system CPU utilization, when I showed that, I mean, if you were observing, it went up to 99%. And then when the page loaded, it came back to the normal. It came back to normal below 90%. So in those cases, I don't want to receive any false alerts, right? So for that, what I'll do, I'll put trigger in the only in case of, say, for example, around 80% of your initial time or 90% of your initial time that you can put. If you want to put, you can put almost complete also. Like the whole 20-minute period, the violation should be there. Only then you are going to receive alerts. In this case, I'll put some around 15 minutes. Okay. So if there are 15 violations in the last 20 minutes period, only then this particular alert will be considered as violated and then it will send an alert. Okay. This is another condition where you are going to just give the metric name here, what needs to be printed in your alert, and evaluate to true data. This means, for example, evaluate to true on no data. That means if the data is not coming from the agent, then you are going to say this particular violation has triggered. So that means either the agent is not working fine or somewhere the data is not reporting. Okay, either you would have stopped the agent or some network issue would have occurred where the agent is not able to report the data to the controller. Even in this case also, you are going to raise an alert. So this you have to use it cautiously because sometimes I mean, it's good and bad both. I mean, it will notify you that yes, agent is not reporting the data or agent is not working properly. And sometimes if the data is not at all coming, even then, I mean, that's a very rare case. If the data is not coming in the sense, if the actual data itself is zero, in those cases, it will not be reporting any alert. But only in case where the data is not being received, it will be reporting you the alert. So this will basically help you to identify whether the agent is working properly or the agent is reporting the data or not. So this is about critical criteria. Okay, we have something also called as warning. So the very first evaluation will be warning, and then the next thing will be critical. So for first, what will happen? It will evaluate the warning criteria. If it is triggered, it will send a warning alert. And then you would have seen, right, P2, P1, something like that. So warning is a P2 and critical is a P1, I can say. Okay. So in that way, you can configure the conditions and then you can save the health rule. Okay. Now, in my case, I will just put it as 10 so that, or 1, so to see how the alerts will be triggered. I will change this also to last 5 minutes or even lesser than that, 3 minutes. Every 1 minute, I want to check it after that. Okay. Triggeration, even if it once, it will let me want to trigger an alert. Okay. So here what will happen, you will see whether the health rule is being evaluated or not. So gray means it is still kind of in progress or not, it's not being evaluated. And green means it's being evaluated and the health is green. Red means it's being evaluated and it has been breached. Okay. When you come to evaluation event section, you will see the evaluation has been started and or not, and then evaluation rule, the events which have been triggered as part of this health rule in the last time period that you have specified. Okay. So this is how the event will look. Yeah, please go ahead.
So Ravi, one question. You are trying to explain me, that's understandable, but one thing is, so let's take the same example as you said, like, so we have some antivirus or some scanning going on our system, and it is consuming a lot of resources. So at the same time, but the antivirus it is not really our job. I mean, that's something taken care by security guys, and but still out there's our server, we are monitoring it. So in the same time, so let's suppose if the semantic or whatever the antivirus is running, it is going more than 90%, and I want a specific exception only for this one, but I want to see all other what is going on.
See, how do you identify if the CPU utilization is because of that particular event, semantics or the antivirus? So you need to know that, right? So you need to tell the system that, okay, this is because of antivirus only. So, but we don't have that way, right? It is because of antivirus process itself.
Okay, just we'll mark it as an exception. That's it.
How do you mark it as an exception? So see, if it is a time period, I can put it in my schedule. Okay, maintenance window. Okay, basically it's all the general identification. I mean, the general definition of maintenance window.
Maintenance window, yeah.
Okay. So if it is not about maintenance window, okay, then how do I tell my app dynamic system that this is because of app dynamics? Because I have health rules. You know, I have shown you the options that are available in health rules. Here, only thing I can do is I can put a condition on a metric which is available either over here. Again, these are also from metric browser, or a metric which I can plot it in my custom metric which I have plotted in my metric browser, and I will give the path to that. Okay. So what you have to do, you have to fetch the CPU consumption because of the semantic browser. Okay. And you have to plot it in your metric browser, because even if you enable server visibility, right, you will see the process related metrics, but they will not be plotted on the metric browser, because there will be hundreds of processes running for any particular server, right? So if you keep plotting them in the metric browser tree, the tree will can be huge, and then it will also add overload on the metric browser, which will be handled by App Dynamics controller, right? So that's why it is not efficient to add that way. Okay, but if you want only one process, okay, which you can do it. Like if you can, I'm telling you the logic to achieve the solution for your problem. Okay, now say semantic is running. Okay, now I will fetch again, I will write a custom monitor to fetch the CPU consumption for semantic. Okay, in my case, for example, Zoom is consuming more, so I'll put it as Zoom. For Zoom process, whatever the CPU consumption is there, I will go ahead and print it in my metric browser. If it goes only, I mean to say, only if that is high, I have to ignore it.
Okay.
Even it's kind of an exception rule, which I am not able to satisfy that, because you want everything else apart from that.
Okay, apart from that, yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but in that case, you have to ignore that. You don't. I mean, I told you the other way. So you don't have to plot the metric browser for semantic. You ignore that and you plot for everything else. That will be huge for you. Because there will be so many other processes running. Or what you can do, whatever the process which is important for you, right? Say for
Mm-hmm.
example, your application is supercar. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you know what is the process name for supercar. So you monitor the supercar process and its CPU consumption. Okay, whenever it goes beyond certain percentage, then you tell the system to trigger an alert.
Okay.
The thing which I told you is because in case of known cases, we use that particular this thing called option called trigger only when a violation occurs for a certain period of time. Okay, it's not just due to antivirus or something. Even in case of high load during a certain point of time, right?
Yeah.
So, for example, even you will be having an auto-scaled environment. Even before the auto-scaling is the auto-scaling is enabled, by that time there will be a second or a minute spike, right? So even that should not kind of trigger you a warning or a false alert. Okay.
Yeah.
So with respect to alerting and metric browser, we don't have too many customizations available in AppDynamics. I'll be straightforward with that. So AppDynamics is very bad tool with respect to alerting. Metric browser dashboards is also okay, not very good. You saw the widgets, right? Only those widgets will be available. I showed you in the war room this one. So only those will be available and helpful for you.
Okay.
Okay. So coming back to the event. So this is the sample event.
One more thing, Ravi.
Yep.
How we can control the polling interval? You said like it's every minute collecting the metrics.
Yeah. That you can do it in the agent configuration from the agent side. Okay. Let me show you that. So I'll show you for machine agent. Okay, so by default, these three monitors will be available in your machine agent. Okay, so these will collect your hardware metrics and analytical kind of metrics. So I'll go to the hardware monitor. So you need to understand from where your metrics are coming. Okay, then you will be able to modify the intervals. Okay, so on all the monitors, you will have something called as config.yml, monitor.xml. Okay.
Okay.
There you can change it. So here you will have something called as continuous. Okay. Continuous means it keeps running continuously. Here you change the execution style to periodic, and then you add another. You will have another attribute called from periodic. What is the frequency? Okay.
Okay.
So that frequency you have to put it. Since this is a kind of custom one, out of the box default one.
Yeah.
Okay. So you test it out. Okay. I haven't tested for the out of the box one because we do need continuous metrics for these ones, right? So for these ones, I haven't tried. You can test it out. You can change. What you can do is you can download the template for config monitor.xml for the custom extension, and there you have this metrics that you can copy it.
Okay.
If you want, I'll give you the link for the custom monitor extension.
Sure.
Okay.
Same with like rest of the monitors.
Yeah, correct. Every monitor will have. So see, this is basically again scripts. That's all. If you go inside this particular any of the this one, it will be doing here. It says system level scripts. Okay, it's either a shell script or a batch file in case of Windows. Okay, and a VB script. Okay, basically the ones which are very core supported, the OS supported levels are related to hardware. And then when I come to here, it is another language one. I think it might be Java. No, It says in exe. I mean to say all agents or monitors, everything is basically a script or a program, right? Yeah, it's Java. So this one is implementing a class, this one. Here also, yeah, execution style, as you can see here, it is scheduled.
Okay.
Okay. But the schedule, I think it is defined inside the agent, this files itself. I have in the custom extension, you will have only two options, periodic or continuous. Scheduled is, I'm seeing, I think it's a new one I'm seeing. Okay.
Got it. So by default, in continuous, it appears to be one minute.
Right.
Okay. Thanks, Ravi.
Sure. Okay. So yeah, now we see in the last one day, we are seeing we configured some time ago, right? The condition has triggered. That means the CPU
Quick,
utilization is.
Ravi.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just now I think Deepak or someone asked a question like, so for the polling level, why there is a need? Why you want to change the polling level, polling timing? Is there any particular?
Now there might be a couple of reasons. One, I don't want to see my CPU utilization continuously. Okay. Say, or you have a custom monitor, or even in case of the default one itself, uh, the polling interval, I mean, every monitor that will be pushed to app dynamics will be considered as one metric that will be captured, right? So if you want to decrease that kind of overload to the agent, you can reduce the polling interval. So less number of metrics will be polled to your controller.
Okay.
I mean, that's one of the reason. And another reason, maybe you don't want that continuously. You want to do it in less continuous way. It depends on the kind of metric that you are capturing and actual metric itself. Okay.
Okay. So, another question, Ravi, on the top of this. So, coming to the licensing part is there, right? So, it depends on the tiers and nodes and all these things, right?
Only the nodes and the number of metrics. So, in case of SaaS, directly it is based on the number of nodes. Okay. So, based on the nodes, see, ideally what will happen, you will have to size your controller. Okay. So in case of they'll also have to, I mean, in case of SaaS, they'll maintain the controller and services, everything in AWS. So they'll have to pay to AWS, right? So if your number of nodes are increased, that means the number of metrics will obviously increase. So your event service cluster and the controller size will also
So
increase.
if we decrease the level, polling level, if we make like the timing level of the polling level, then that would change the licensing cost as well.
In case of SaaS, no, it won't have much impact because they have some, they will calculate the default, they'll calculate for the default ones itself. So by default, a maximum number of metrics that can be sent by a machine agent is 450. Okay. So they'll ideally calculate for the default thing itself.
Okay.
Okay. So license consumption is again based on the number of nodes itself. It's not, but the way they calculate is, or the way you have to scale it is based on the metrics that you are going to hold. That's because you have to handle, right? So you have to ensure the controller is up and running and the system should be able to handle it. So in that way, for scalability part or the stability part, you will have to consider those things, but not for the licensing part.
Okay.
Okay, so these details you will see, and what you can do also do is you can go and check the dashboard also at that particular point of time, how your server the server dashboard. Okay, so there was some 99.9% of usage on this particular interval. CPU is using 100%. Okay. And then you will see the what time the window was breached and the overall duration. Okay. So, and then again, in the next minute, it was kind of got cancelled. Sorry, in the next 4 minutes, it got cancelled. So, health rule CPU, the utilization was cancelled. You will see this timeline graph and all. Okay. So, this is all about the health rules. Okay. Now, once you have created your health rules and configured your health rules, what you can do, you have to create an action. Okay. Once your health rule is breached, what is the action that you have to take? Do you want to send an email, or do you want to send an event to your any particular tool or something, or like that? You will have to use these kind of. You can have different kind of actions. The very first thing, send an email or an SMS message. The second one, diagnostics, that we already saw, like to run a diagnostic session to capture more number of transaction snapshots, or take a thread dump, okay, in case of memory related metric. Okay. Next is remediation. This is a machine agent where you can run a script or an executable on the problematic nodes. Okay. The script has to be placed on the node where the agent is available. Okay, so you cannot put the script remotely. It has to be available on that particular node itself. So you can provide the path to that executable script, so that once the health rule is breached, it will directly run that particular script. Okay. Otherwise, you create update a Jira ticket. It has a direct integration for, out of the box integration for create or update a Jira ticket. HTTP request. Okay, many tools consume the HTTP web request, right, or the webhook request. So for those, you can create a HTTP request or a custom action. Okay, that has been uploaded to the controller. So I think so. We haven't defined any as such.
Ravi, can you once again repeat once again that
steps? Okay.
Just go back a little bit back, and can you go to the custom script one? Run a script on an executable on a problematic nodes.
Right. So, for example, now some process is the one which is causing you issue, or you want to what is that? You want to kill some process, or you want to clear some processes, or you want to I'll take the log thing. Okay. So you have a mechanism where your logging is happening and your health rule is disk utilization, not the CPU utilization. Disk utilization goes beyond 90%. Okay. For that, once it goes beyond 90%, your trigger will be, your alert will be triggered, right? So the moment alert is triggered, you have written a script on your system where certain files which are taking the more space. Okay, so those files you have to clear it. Okay, automatically you will write a small script and you place it on your system itself, and you give the path for that particular system over here. So once I click OK, you give the name of that particular script and relative path to the script, or absolute paths to log files. Wherever you have to update it. Script timeout also you can put it. And if you want, you can kind of place an approval part where it will give an email, it will send out an email, and then only
script has been executed, just like that.
Yes, only after approving it will get executed, something like that. Okay. This is one good automation part where you can utilize it if you know the kind of immediate step for the resolution. Okay.
Got
Next is the action suppression, which is the maintenance window. Okay. Here we are going to tell, okay, at this particular point of time, ignore my alerts. Okay. And then, or ignore, but don't send me any alerts or don't take the remediate actions. That is all it has to be defined over here. You define what is the action suppression. Okay, on Saturday morning, don't send any alerts because I'm doing some activity and it's known that it will cause some downtime. Okay, you can also disable the agent reporting. So this will not even report the metrics to it. Okay, so that would be the one. And then object scope, for what kind of objects you want to set it to, like to a particular application or to a BT. Basically, you are telling where this should be applicable, and then health rule scope also you can tell. Like, or if you want to suppress only certain set of health rules, that can also be done. Okay, basically, this is the way you are going to set up the maintenance window. Any queries?
Okay, so I got what you're saying. So from that standpoint of view, so let's I have instrumented one of the applications and I gave hand over it to the application team. So that guy I actually, if there is a scheduled window for their maintenance, we would keep and we would suppress the rules. But if there is a sudden change or emergency change, whatever it is, so in that case, do they have any option like they can directly go and suppress themselves or do anything instead of reaching out? Yeah.
You can provide them the required permissions so that they can go ahead and create this one action suppression. Only for the actions, no, you can give that access.
Oh, okay. Just like for us admin access or anything, only for that specific
Correct.
rule we can give them the access.
Right.
Okay.
And one more thing, in case of access, right, if you are giving SAML access, okay, the moment you cannot, if you are using access using SAML, no, you cannot customize the access for a particular user who is authenticating using SAML. Now, for example, we5 are using the application, whoever is there in meeting, right? Now we are all using a SAML application, say Okta. Okay, I have integrated with Okta, and I'll have an icon in Okta or Office 365. Once I click the App Dynamics icon, it will automatically launch the application. Now I need to have admin permission. You need to, and say consider all of us are in one single SAML group, that is the training group itself. Okay, so if all of us are in same group, all of us will have the same permissions. We cannot customize the permissions because even though I customize it, the moment after I log out and log in, whatever the group permissions which was assigned earlier, they will come back. Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
So I understood. Based on the groups.
Correct. Based on the groups itself, whatever the permissions which is assigned to the SAML group, that will be applicable the moment he comes out of the session and logs back again. Okay. So in those cases, don't try to customize the access using SAML. Try to create a local account and then give him some access.
Okay.
Now policy. There are no policies which are created. Now what is policy? Policy is where you are going to define where what needs to happen, like for which particular health rule, what action that needs to be taken. Okay, basically you will kind of set a set of health rules which need a same kind of action, like sending in an email or alert or doing some remediation action script or something. Then you group all of them together, and for all of those things you define an action along with the health rules which you have selected, right? Okay, what you can also do is there are other before that there are health rule violation events which where the policy should be applicable. Okay, should they applicable when the health rule violation starts, or I mean, for example, I am going to receive an email alert. I am going to trigger the configure the action for receiving an email alert. Okay. So the moment health rule starts, violation starts, I need an alert. Okay. I'm ignoring warning. Okay. I need only critical alert. Okay. After that, I have kept that 5 minutes window, right, to recheck whether the violation status is still critical or not. Okay. After checking that, it will send the continuous alert if the violation status is still critical. Okay. In that point of time, whether do I need the continuous alert or not? And then if you have critical and warning both are defined, do you need upgraded, downgraded alerts and ended alerts and cancelled alerts? So basically, if you have selected only, if you have configured only warning, right, for only critical, right, in those cases, ensure you have this critical alerts, critical ended, critical cancelled. Because if it is cancelled also, you need an alert. I mean, these are required in the perspective, not for email, for any event tool which you are, if you are sending it to any event management tool. Okay. The tool has to understand the health rule event has started, and it should also understand it has ended or got cancelled. Okay. If you have defined warning, then ensure downgraded also enabled. If you need only critical alerts also, in case of ending, you need to select all these three things. Okay. This will ensure your closure of event is also taken care by the event management tool. If I am confusing you, just ignore that. Just select whatever needs to be applicable in case of email alerting. Okay. Whatever you need, whether you need continuous or not. Okay. Along with these health rule events, you also have other events. Like for slow transactions, if there are any slow transactions, do you need the alert? If there are any code problems, if there are any application changes, like if I restart my application or if there is a new version of deployment, if there are any configuration changes, these all things will also be considered as events in case of synthetic monitoring. On these cases, you send as an alert. So all these events can also be customized, and then you can configure the alerting. So I told you about custom events, right? So this is another custom event. You can define any event. For example, you can define any property. I think this is the one, right? I haven't used this in a long time. I'll get back to this. Okay. So what kind of property we can use? Even the documentation is not working. 404. Okay. So I'll check and get back to you on this. Okay. Custom event matching this criteria. So you can define any custom event also. You can provide a value. Okay. And then, provide a property and the name if it matches. Okay. Then you can go, it will kind of trigger an alert. Let's see if it opens. Okay. After this, okay, you are going to select the ones which are required here. Okay. Now you also have two options here, enabled and execute actions in batch. Execute actions in batch means you are going to send everything in kind of certain intervals, or you are going to send as and when you need, as and when they are kind of triggered. Okay. So once you have selected what kind of events you need, and then you are going to select the health rule scope. Okay. I mean, these both will be kind of together. Here, what kind of health rule events, and then you are going to select what health rules. Whether any health rule means any health rule that you have configured under this application will be applicable, or you can specify which particular health rule you need the event for. And then object. Okay. This health rule scope, should this be applicable on all the objects, or you can specify the scope, whether it has to be on BTs or tiers or something like that. Okay. Then actions. Okay, what action you have to do? Okay, whether you need an email action. Okay, I explained you the action, right? So you can directly go ahead and create the action there, or you can create in the policy section also. So what I'll do, I'll go ahead and put an email. Okay. So Divanshu will going to receive an email.
So Ravi, there is one more option for this messaging service also, right? So is it applicable? Like we can do it? Does it work this way, or do we need to enable any
phone
other?
number?
Yeah, if you enable the phone number,
No,
is it going to?
No, this I haven't tested actually because we use another service for this.
Okay, what type of service are you using? Swagger or something?
We use PagerDuty.
PagerDuty, yeah, PagerDuty, I heard it. But it is to be integrated with this AppD, right?
Correct. So for that, what you can do, you will send an action to this one, HTTP request to PagerDuty.
Okay, PagerDuty. Okay, got
so
it.
what it will do, you are going to configure HTTP template. Okay. So here it's again HTTP template also I would have explained here. So you are going to create a name the template, PagerDuty, or any other tool which you want to use. We also use something called as Mooksoft, okay, which is a event management tool, okay, where it will consume events from all the monitoring tools. VROps also has some monitoring, okay. So VROps, AppDynamics, SolarWinds, any other monitoring tools used in our things will be consumed by, it will act as a single pane of glass, and there you are going to see the events. So there also you can, for that also we use the HTTP request template, okay. So here we add the variables that needs to be sent, okay, and then basically the variables which will be mapped from here to the target, and then you are going to use the post. Okay, so you are going to post the URL to a endpoint of the Mooksoft and select the authentication method if there are any errors that needs to be provided, and provide the payload. Okay, so the mapping.
So if it is ServiceNow also, we can do the same with
Correct.
HTTP request.
Similarly, you can use. Yes, you can.
Okay.
Okay, so this is how you are going to send the details in a HTTP request template. Now, coming back to the policy. So you could test the message as well. Oh, it's there. Okay. I will add both. I have given my email, okay, my mobile, okay. Maybe I have to give the complete number. No. Good. No. Everything. Devanshu, don't worry, I will disable this later. Otherwise, your email will be spammed. Okay, once this is done, right? Okay, you will after your we have configured here, right? So you would have seen the evaluation events here, right? As part of the events, you also have something called as action. Okay, actions executed. So here you will see whether your policy has been successfully applied for this particular event or not. You can validate over here. Okay. Now, here's my, there is a refresh button. Sometimes this is also cranky. That health rules you saw, right? It was coming in a different format altogether. We are little ahead of the schedule, so this is almost kind of done. We'll just test this out and then we are going to close. Okay. So how is it going as of now? All fine. You guys need anything more?
Yeah, I think it's going well, pretty well.
Cool. Any feedback? Please feel free to provide.
Yeah, so far it's good. Probably custom queries and something would be interested in, like.
No, you can specify it. Custom queries in the sense.
In the database, like I think I have to recall and bring some situations. In database also, like what do you say? If the queries are running not as expected, so if the queries are running, we would sit with the application team and then work with them, right? So what are the pain points where we are going to face? That's one of the thing. I mean, honestly speaking, I'm not exactly the part of that role, but I have seen instances of that. Maybe if I could recall exactly, I could bring up that in this session. But yeah, it's been a long time. I'll check. I'll check actually.
Where the databases are kind of slow and all.
Yeah, I mean, the databases are slow, and probably there would be some custom queries that would be given from the application team.
That you can that you can run it. I'll show you that.
Okay.
We have the database. So what we will do, I'll just take some random query from the discovered one itself. I'll put it in my custom query. It will run it. Okay. I don't know why this refresh button is not being shown here. You can save the template also, the health rules. Okay. So that you can apply the same set of health rules for your newly created application. So you can create some certain set of health rules based on your requirement, and then you can apply it. I want to refresh it and it's not happening. Devanshu, check if you have received any email.
Oh, not yet. I don't see.
Okay.
I'm refreshing it one more time. Yeah, no mail.
It should have been in red by now. Minimum trigger should be within 0 and 1. One only, no? This is bad. If I go to actions, I have this refresh. Okay, you can also see the violations in your application also. If you go to troubleshoot, sorry. Troubleshoot, health rule violations. Okay, but here also I'm not. 951. Yeah, it got open now. Okay. No actions executed. Any health tool is correct. Correct. Injured scope. Any object is also correct. This is also correct. Let's wait for a minute. N21. See, yeah. Now there are two actions executed. One is cannot send an email. Cannot send policy notification email for trial accounts from local SMTP servers. Okay. So you need to have an SMTP server that is configured. Now this is success, but I haven't received. But oh, nice. So this I'll check whether how it works, because they have sent to some email ID. I don't know how this works.
Yeah.
Okay. But you saw it, right? Like the actions have been triggered. Okay. And this is how the actions
Yes.
will take. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is how with respect to alert and response. Okay. You can have your own templates for alerting as well. Like you can have you can choose the name of the template, you can choose the application, and you can apply the template for that particular this one. Okay.
So that TMO mail.net is that's a T-Mobile gateway, it seems.
Yeah, see, I am seeing it here now. I have to do the configuration. Yeah.
Right.
So I cannot send it to. Maybe I have to take your number.
Yeah.
Okay. So that configuration we can do.
Yeah.
Not a problem. So this you can test it out. So all these things you can, you can just see the documentations and you can actually follow this. They are all very kind of straightforward. And yeah, I'll show you tomorrow. I mean, if possible, or if I have access. I think I'll not have access. How we can raise a support ticket in case of any issues. I think there won't be any support. I will open.
So can you show that? Are you guys going to show the cases, how to raise the case or anything? Is there something you're trying?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, right. Yeah, help and support is there. Yeah.
So another question is a support also like what do you call? Any levels of thing like basic, premium,
Purchase.
platinum, gold?
Yes. Right. Yes. What you pay is what you get. Okay, so you can either go here or you can directly come here, app dynamics/support, and you can come to support portal. Okay. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so no access here. It's very simple. Once you come to the support portal, right, you select the kind of issue, like whether you have a controller side issue, you have an agent side issue, and then you just have to provide the details of description. And there are optional details like the agent versions or the controller versions that you can select, and then you just have to submit it.
So one quick question. So, is that support going to take control directly from directly, or do we need to give like we share the screen on Zoom channel?
Initially, the very first thing that they'll give you the initial troubleshooting steps and the logs. Okay, they'll ask for logs if they need any data. After that, and it depends on the kind of issue as well. Like if it is even like the complete controller is down or the complete monitoring is not working, then they will immediately jump into a call. Okay. Otherwise, if it is not a P1 or P2, I mean, P1 is basically, it's not at all working. Only then they will consider it as P1. Otherwise, they will immediately reduce the severity of the issue.
Severity
and yeah. And after that, they will ask you for more details. Once you give more details, they will analyze, and if required, they'll come into a call. Sometimes
do you have anything like a diagnostics file or anything that?
No, nothing like that. You can directly generate you can use the logs which are generated, right? So I showed you the machine agent logs yesterday.
Yeah.
So, and you can also change the configuration of logs. They will also tell you, like, if they need the debug logs, they will ask you for the debug logs as well. So you can just zip it out and send it to them. They'll give you the SharePoint link, or you can directly upload in the ticket.
Okay, got it.
Okay. Tomorrow we will see business transaction discovery. Okay. How do we discover the transactions, and how do we customize the transaction detection rules? Okay. And then we will discuss on one strategy that we can think of, like for I can say best practice for following. See, this is only the first step, getting things into monitoring. After that, you will have to refine it. So that is one of the strategy, I can say. And then we will discuss on the memory related one. Okay, and DB agent.
Okay.
One more thing, Ravi, if you can add in regarding license swapping.
Swapping.
Yeah. For example, you have DB licenses available as 5 and infrastructure licenses as 10 and application licenses.
Yeah, let me check. Okay, because to be honest, I have used most of my experiences on SaaS. Okay, and on SaaS there is no license swapping. So I mean, and these things are directly kind of done in the higher level, in the management directors level. These licenses, we only give the inputs to our managers. So in case of SaaS, they'll directly give you allocate the number of license. Okay, if you need to change the allocation, if it is kind of equivalent, say for example, one DB agent is not equivalent to one machine agent. Okay, because DB agent can monitor around 20 databases. Okay, under the data collectors. Okay, so in that way, if you take one APM agent and one server visibility agent, okay, they can actually take it. So if you want to reduce from one side and if you want to increase from another side, they might agree based on the negotiation. In case of on-prem, I'm sorry, I don't have that idea, but I can check and get back to you with respect to.
Yeah, I guess like it's possible on SaaS, and swapping is done how like infrastructure license gets swapped with like For example, you'll get one application license for 5
Right. I
infrastructure
told you.
license.
Yeah, I told you, right? It depends on the negotiation skill as well. So the manager or the director, whoever is sitting there, I'll tell you the example. For the first 3 years of our app dynamics, they gave almost 2 million. Okay, $2 million. Sorry, 200,000 or 2 million. I think I'm not exaggerating. I think it was 2 million. And then after the next 3 years, they completely reduced the cost because they wanted the customer to continue. And my director also changed. Okay, and who actually was very good in negotiation. I did not get the cost detail, but within the same budget, they got all our monitoring set of tools completely done in the same budget, in one tool budget. So that's how they do. And it also has contacts, right? So those things are also there. But if we go, they'll tell the usual rules like one agent, one APM is equal to 5 infra agents and like that.
To add something to this, what I know from Cisco products, especially, if you have high level of resources, those are certified on Cisco, any of the device some CCNP and all those things. If you have more number of resources, they would give a good discount on, whatever you buy the product.
Okay, then I have to do this app dynamic certification.
Yeah, and
to get discount to my organization, not for me.
Yeah, if you remember, Ravi, initially I said like that's the goal.
Yeah, they even spend on certifications, right? So you could get a free certification from
correct. I'll have to ask for that. So see, honestly, I don't know actually, because for certification, I think you might need this should be little kind of enough, but with respect to some configuration parts, right, we have to kind of little go deeper, and then only you will be able to crack it, because I haven't analyzed that kind of syllabus or something where the certification, what are all the things which you should be aware of for cracking the certification.
Okay.
Okay, guys. Let's meet tomorrow. Okay, and continue. If we are not able to finish, or if we have something still pending or any queries, we can have one additional session. Don't worry. Okay.
Yeah. All right, Ravi. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ravi.
Yeah. Bye. Good night.